Thank you all for joining. I hope this mic is working. So at this time, I'd like to thank you for that, Clerk. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order and begin with the land acknowledgement. I want to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland. And I want to acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota, Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll begin with a roll call. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. And just checking online, we also have Councillor Rutherford. Councillor
Morning.
Wright. Good morning. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
And that is everyone. At this time, before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. It also exists when an item could affect a private interest. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing none, we will move to the adoption of agenda. Would someone like to move that?
I can move that the March 9th, 2026 Utility Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following change. Replacement attachment for 7.1, Waste Reduction Roadmap 2026 to 2030, attachment 2.
Great, thank you. I actually have a question about that. So at Agenda Review Committee, I have requested for a verbal update about the air product item to be added to the agenda, and I don't see that here. This will be to the clerk, yes.
This is the first that I'm hearing of it.
Wonderful, okay. Okay, well then at this time then, I am going to raise this question to administration. If it's not gonna be on the agenda, I'm just gonna ask. Is Harm?
Yeah, Councillor Tang, it's Harm Ryan, Branch Manager, Financial Services. I'm virtual today.
Okay, sorry, so just for clarity, I had requested an update about what's going on with that report, and so the option was either to put it as a verbal update on the agenda, or I can ask question during the adoption of agenda. So since it's not on the agenda, I will just ask the question at this moment. And the reason why I'm asking is because previous report had highlighted that there will be something returning at this meeting in March, but we haven't had it. So I just want to get a sense of where things are at. Mr. Wright, go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. I can kind of provide a bit of an update there, Councillor. So we are, as we kind of mentioned in that report that we brought last fall, we're anticipating to bring something forward in Q1 2026 in terms of any amendments to the bylaw or the franchise agreement that might be needed as a result of processed water services, which is the new water service that's being provided to Air Products. We also suggested that once we got into the regulatory discussion and started reviewing the bylaw and the franchise fee agreement, those timelines might be extended based on the depth of work we have to do. And so we've been working pretty closely with EPCOR over the last couple of months in reviewing the bylaw and the franchise agreement and determining next steps. And we are anticipating a bit of more of a regulatory review of that's going to be required. So that's why the timelines have been a bit extended, Councillor. So we're still making sure we're just checking all of our boxes, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and considering next steps. Anticipating that this will probably come back sometime later in the year, Q3 or Q4 of 2026, after all the proper review is done. The messaging we're still committing to is that the franchise fee that's going to be charged to Air Products for the processed water services, as we mentioned in that report, is going to be a fairly insignificant amount. Again, just working through the process now.
So essentially, it's just committing to the principle of being charged for the portion that they're using, which, because of some of the other providers, is actually quite small. So that's.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep.
So, as we mentioned in that report, EPCOR would only be recovering costs directly on the service they provide on the small portion of the pipe running into the municipality of Edmonton. And that would be a very small cost and therefore a very small franchise fee.
And then this timeline was still, because I recall that previously there was a bit of a timeline issue, but this will still meet some of those time sensitivity in terms of facility opening and that kind of stuff.
For sure, yes. Our understanding is that the facility will be operational sometime in 2028 or maybe late 2027 for the actual processed water services, which is what we're talking about here. So we will have the rate in place well in advance of that.
Okay, great. And then this last report was in the summer of 2025 that we had discussed. Was it September?
Yes. Sorry, it may have been summer, early fall. I can't remember the exact date. But
Okay.
it was, yeah.
Yeah, and like the delay had nothing to do with election blackout period, right? There is still lots of like negotiations and conversations happening throughout the fall.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it had nothing to do with the election blackout period at all. We've been working on this actively throughout. Kind of like what we alluded to in that report. We don't know how long this is going to take until we start digging into it. And as we dug into it, we found that there needed to be more regulatory review, and that's the process we're going through right now.
Thank you. And final question: does this require any external AUC consideration?
Still working through that determination, Councillor Tang.
Okay, so that will be part of the timeline or part of the time it takes. Okay, thank you very much. I think I know I was being asked about some of these questions. Hopefully, this provides a clarity to the stakeholders. Thank you.
Yep.
With that, if there's no other questions, please vote on the agenda. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Oh, and Mayor Knack, welcome. Can I get a motion to adopt the minutes from last meeting?
Can motion that.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Is there any questions? If not, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Council protocol recognition, I don't have any, and I haven't heard of any others. We'll move on to selection of items for debate. If you would like to, we have 2 items, so if you would like to sign up to select them. Go ahead. Councillor Elliott.
I'd like to select 7.1, please.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll select 7.2.
Thank you. So both items are selected. We've dealt with nothing else, so we don't need to vote on them. And then at this time, we have a request to speak. Who would like to move that?
I can move that Utility Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. For 7.1, the Waste Reduction Roadmap, Melissa Radu from Explore Edmonton in person. And for 7.2, the 3-Stream Communal Collection Program, Donna Monkhouse from the Alberta Residential Landlord Association remote, Scott Sable in person, and Kyle Taylor from Boardwalk Rental Communities remote.
Excellent. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. We don't have anything time specific, so we're just going those orders, 7172. Councilors' inquiries, I was not aware of any. Reports to be dealt with at a different time, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. Unfinished business, none. We'll move on to our 7.1, and everybody is in place and ready to go. So turn it over to administration.
Okay, great. So my name is Craig McEwen. I'm in the Deputy City Manager role for City Operations. With me today is the team from Waste Services. So I'll just be providing the introduction, but today what we're going to be presenting is the Waste Reduction Roadmap. And so this is a part of the 25-year waste strategy. So to my right, Chris Fowler. He's the branch manager for Waste Services, along with Ryan Koss, who's our Director of Business Integration and Technical Services, and Jane Nee, who's our General Supervisor of the Waste Strategy. So at this point, I'm going to hand it off to walk through some of the details of the presentation.
Thank you, Craig. Waste reduction roadmaps are a series of action plans designed to support residents, businesses, public events, and administration in reducing waste. They support the 25-year waste strategy, which is aligned with the city plan and council's energy transition and climate resiliency strategies. The roadmaps prioritize actions that prevent materials from becoming waste, support the circular economy, support sustainable growth, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the manufacturing, transportation, processing, and disposal of materials. Waste reduction roadmaps advance the city's goal to reduce residential waste per person by 20% from 2019 levels by 2044. The first waste reduction roadmap was approved in 2021. Next slide. Roadmap 24 established 10 waste reduction actions to meet the goal of 0% growth in residential waste generation per person from 2021 to 2024. A few highlighted actions we took to foster this goal include advocated for the provincial Extended Producer Responsibility, EPR regulation, provided waste reduction programming to over 224,000 people through the Reuse Center Home Composting Program and the Waste Management Center Education Program, and raised awareness of the program through establishing the Waste Reduction Network. Through these and other actions, Edmontonians surpassed the goal of 0% growth in residential waste generation per person and reduced waste generation by 8.8% below 2021 levels per person. Roadmap 24 also introduced the single-use item reduction strategy and bylaw. This strategy and bylaw targeted single-use items that can easily be avoided or replaced with reusable options such as shopping bags, cups, and straws. By reducing the usage of single-use items, emissions are reduced from the production, shipping, and disposal of these items, and less materials end up in landfill. I'll go through the impact on the next slide. The data on this slide has been compiled by comparing the results of a baseline waste characterization study completed in 2022-23 to a waste characterization study that was partially completed in 2025. The waste characterization study will be completed later this year, and we will send a memo with results to council once complete. While these are preliminary results, they are indicative of changes related to the usage of single-use items. Over this period of time, on a per-person basis, the overall use of these single-use items has been reduced by 7%. Single-use shopping bags have decreased by 80%. Single-use plastic bags can no longer be distributed while minimum fees apply for paper bags. Cups has decreased by 1%. Dine-in drink orders are required to be served in reusable cups, and businesses are required to have a reusable cup policy for drive-through or to-go drink orders. Straws and utensils have decreased by 27%. Food accessories are now only available by request or available through self-serve. The use of takeout food containers has increased by 75%, indicating the significant growth in the food takeout delivery industry over this period of time. While styrofoam containers are no longer permitted, takeout food containers of other material types are not regulated through the single-use item reduction bylaw. Overall, we saw a 33% reduction in the use of single-use items per bylaw. Roadmap 30, a 5-year waste reduction action plan from 2026 to 2030, builds off the success of the previous waste reduction roadmap. Its goal is to reduce residential waste per person by 14% below 2019 levels. The roadmap sets out to achieve the waste reduction target through supportive, education-focused actions. No further regulation through the bylaw is contemplated in Roadmap 30. Roadmap 30 was informed through the comprehensive research, shortlisted actions, options analysis, and engagement. Through our extensive engagement process, we gained insights from over 4,000 survey respondents, interacted with over 1,000 residents at 4 pop-up events, and hosted 4 topic-specific workshops with over 30 organizations and over 50 representatives. We received feedback that revealed a strong desire among Edmontonians to reduce and reuse more, provided that it is convenient and accessible. Key priorities identified include educational resources on reducing home food waste and waste at public events. Roadmap 30 proposes 14 actions grouped under 5 focus areas. The first focus area is to make sharing and donating easier, which will include community swap events, piloting curbside giveaways, improving access to donation drop-off locations, and refining our public education and communication. Secondly, we will encourage residents and businesses to choose reusable foodware through a circular foodware pilot and education to reduce the use of single-use take-out containers and cups. As seen on the previous slide, the use of take-out containers has increased, and this focus area and action items are intended to begin addressing that increase. We will support public events to reduce waste by creating waste reduction event tools and guides and offering direct education and consultation services. We will help residents waste less food at home by creating educational program guides, toolkits, and opportunities. And finally, we will reduce waste from city facilities and operations by educating staff and working with internal leaders to reduce facility and operational waste. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I should have done this before the presentation, but just for those members of the public who are here, for each agenda item, we're going to start with administration presentation like what we just had, and then we're going to invite you to speak. You'll each have 5 minutes, and you're going to get an official timer in the meeting room, and it'll be displayed on the screen as well. And the light will be green for the first 4 minutes, and then yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. And then after you speak, members of council will ask you questions. So for this reason, please stay in the meeting until all questions have been asked. If you are participating virtually, I think we have a couple today. Please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. If you're having any issues, please reach out to the Office of City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation. And if you're here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. So I think at this time we have one speaker, Melissa Radu from Explore Edmonton. You are welcome to go up to the podium. Yes. And as you get settled, I just want to share my expectation for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of council's processes, so we know the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff members or other speakers, profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, or political campaigning will not be tolerated. In addition, use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations. I'm not going to provide any additional warnings. Once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed and everyone is welcome to watch online. And with that, we'll go to our speaker. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me here today and for the opportunity to speak. My name is Melissa Radu. I'm the Executive Director of Destination Stewardship with Explore Edmonton. Explore Edmonton is Edmonton's destination marketing and management organization. We exist to elevate Edmonton nationally and globally, to attract visitors, to support local businesses, and really to help unlock the full economic, cultural, and reputational potential for Edmonton. We also operate 2 city-owned venues, the Edmonton Convention Centre as well as the Edmonton Expo Centre, and we produce our own signature events like K-Days and Canadian Finals Rodeo. So when you operate these large-scale facilities and you welcome over 1 million visitors into your venues annually, you certainly see the large scale of waste and have a responsibility to manage it. So it's no surprise that waste reduction and diversion have been a strong operational focus for us over the years. And I first would like to say that we're very encouraged to see the City of Edmonton Waste Reduction Roadmap moving forward, and generally the overall focus on waste diversion and reduction. We've been very happy to have been involved in many engagements over the years on this topic, and have been part of the great community of practice that's offered and available through the City of Edmonton Waste Reduction Network. We're especially encouraged by focus area number 3 that we saw about supporting public events to reduce waste through low waste event tools, guides, and consultation. Edmonton's vibrant festivals and events can surely benefit greatly from these supports, and these events are great places to showcase more public awareness around this topic. We are also really happy to see a focus on encouraging residents and businesses to choose reusable foodware containers. At Explore Edmonton, we've been working towards these same goals under the zero waste hierarchy that we saw within our venues and events. And we've seen and we've learned that progress is possible if we think a little differently about the full value of our materials and natural resources. For example, K-Days has made significant progress in waste diversion over the years. In 2025, the event diverted 58% of its waste, and that's a 39% increase from just 2022. And yes, we still have lots of work to do, but that's a great step in the right direction. Our success has been made possible not just because of our own efforts, but because of collaboration and partnerships within our city and sharing of ideas. For example, we've worked with EPCOR to activate the Glass of the Sask refill stations at major events and festivals across the city. In 2025 alone, the program supported 7 different festivals over 44 days, including K-Days, Heritage Festival, Volleyball Canada Super Nationals, U-Fest, and the Works Art and Design Festival. During that time, approximately 175,000 liters of water were consumed through those refill stations when we encouraged event attendees to bring their own reusable water bottles instead of using the single-use cup alternatives. Regarding food waste, there are so many people who are facing food insecurity in our community right now, and there's no reason why we shouldn't all be working to reallocate safe, edible foods to people who need it. We were one of the founding members of the Edmonton Food Bank Second Helping Program back in 2009, and now there are even more organizations that are actively working in Edmonton to help recover and redistribute food. This is a great way for events and businesses to help support this plan. We know waste management, to be successful, requires much time, targeted effort, and it's not just about behavioral change, it's also about the collection equipment, the people resources, the reliable upstream and downstream supply chain. So one perspective we would offer is the importance of supporting smaller tourism and hospitality businesses in this work. Organizations like ours, we've been really fortunate because we have dedicated staff and resources to help understand our waste streams and to invest in new systems. But smaller tourism businesses, they don't have focused sustainability teams often. So as the city continues to implement this roadmap, we would encourage thinking about how programs, tools, and supports can help the broader business community adopt these practices as well. Finally, I'd simply like to say that Explore Edmonton would welcome the opportunity to continue to be part of this work moving forward, and of course the future ICI roadmap that will also complement this plan. We're very keen to continue to use our venues, our events, and our relationships to help share best practices, pilot solutions, and advance waste reduction in the visitor economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Elliott, you selected this item. Would you like to start with questions to the speaker? So if you can stay there.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions for the speakers, just for administration.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate you joining us today. Obviously, some really, really phenomenal success in Explorer's events. Just wondering if you could talk us through, I think K-Days is an interesting example. You know, I think with the venues, you have a bit more control, but with K-Days, for example, it's a lot of external vendors coming in. So how have you achieved those waste reductions? Is that through working with vendors to have them use different materials, or is it just more how things are being sorted?
Okay, there.
Yes.
The red button is a little bit confusing. It tells me to stop, but it's really about time. So this journey has not happened overnight, and it certainly has been a lot of work over the years to identify where we are facing waste sorting challenges and also the composition of our waste. So it really all started, like, you can't understand how to better reduce waste until you actually see what's going into the garbage. So I would suggest that waste composition studies are really important as a first step for events and for festivals that want to start their own waste reduction and diversion journey. And then it's a little bit of everything on top of that. So definitely the supply chain, working with your vendors on the materials that they're actually bringing in and trying to make sure that they understand how those materials can make it into our recycling and compost streams, and also where they can procure compostable or alternative reusable wares. And then, of course, on the source sorting side, it's really just about practice. So consistency is super important for the public that's coming through those event grounds so that they clearly can identify what goes into what bin. So however we can create consistency across the city, I think would be an excellent step to take.
Well, that's another interesting point because, you know, K-Days, I know, attract folks from outside of Edmonton, and so the sort of community education that we do might not have reached those folks. And so it seems like you're still able to achieve that just on site. I'm hearing you say consistency, so I assume that sort of consistent bins across the grounds, for example. What are some of the other learnings that you've had through that?
Yeah, bin placement, clarity. So we put both words and images on our bins. So that can be really helpful. But it also does take a lot of people power as well. It's a lot of people working behind the scenes to make sure that they're checking waste bins so that we don't have waste contamination before it goes to the larger waste consolidation sites. And that is a very important resource.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you for that. I really appreciate being here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, don't go anywhere. So I have some questions here, right here.
Hi.
On the last thing you said in your presentation about supporting the smaller tourism companies, wondering if you can kind of go into that a little bit. Like, are there any specific tools, specific programs that you're thinking of, examples you can give?
Yeah, definitely. What we're hearing from the businesses operating in the visitor economy is, while guidance documents and sharing of best practices can be helpful, I think what they're looking for is more participating programs. So once again, how can they have better access to waste composition studies or audits? There was a compost collection pilot that was run over the last year. There was really good feedback about continuing that so that we can reduce costs for smaller businesses that want to access.
Can you tell me more about that one?
Yeah, that was run by the City of Edmonton for businesses that wanted to participate in, like, start a composting program at food and beverage facilities.
Okay.
So continuing a program like that would be really helpful for businesses that are looking to do composting in a cost-effective way. I would also say anytime you can share information about procurement of those goods for businesses, that would really help them. And then if there's a way to access either volunteers or dedicated environmental coordinators for events, I just spoke to the importance of the people power and the people resources. So if there could be a program designed that would help with some of that, I think it would really help at least the events and festival industry.
Okay, great, thank you. So lots of information, education, awareness raising as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, the success of waste reduction up until this point really hinge on some really big moves, I think, in the last few years. Some more controversial than others. Some, I would say, have been quite positive despite not maybe receiving the same kind of airtime, helping residents, reducing their monthly waste bill significantly. I guess you talk about consistency a lot. Thoughts about moving forward on some of these tools and programs that perhaps a bit more controversial, that create some inconsistency in the system because not everyone is kind of following the rules. Given that you do interact quite a bit with food and beverage businesses, wondering, I guess I'm thinking specifically of single-use bylaw, for example. I think it's been really critical. We're seeing results, but it has also seen some ups and downs. Do you have any particular thoughts on that?
On the single-use items bylaw and how it would apply to events?
Yeah, and give, like, are you hearing anything from the businesses that you're interacting with? You know, the point, the success of a roadmap is that it's a conglomerate of tools going out and we're implementing them as a system, right? How do we ensure that consistency when, you know, sometimes some programs are more popular than others and some are less so?
Yeah, I think a phased approach has really been the way to go with that because so many businesses just have different operating procedures. So if you're predominantly a takeout restaurant versus if you're a dine-in versus if you're an event, I think how you can enforce or how you can roll out a single-use or reusable program does look very different depending on those business types. And I think the City of Edmonton has done a good job in their engagements to understand where those barriers exist. And now I think with moving into implementation on the next roadmap, it's really about creating those continued engagement around those implementation plans with various different business types so that the public and the event goers know exactly what to expect regardless of where they're going, but behind the scenes, the operations possibly look a little different. I don't know if that's as specific as you wanted to get, but I don't think there's a procedural piece that, I think the procedural pieces all have to be adapted based on the business types. And so however we can help to engage all of those different business types along the way, we welcome those conversations.
Thank you, and I think it's your point about, you know, phased approach, so appreciate that. Okay, thank you so much for being here. You can go now.
Thanks.
And at this time, we'll turn the questions over to administration. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. And Chair, just for information, I'm planning to make a motion, but I just want to get your advice on when that should be provided. I do have questions for administration first and foremost, though.
If we can maybe allow one round of questions before you table the motion, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
For admin, that's a question for you. I know on the slides you said there's an 80% reduction in retail bags. Can you provide what defines a retail bag? Is that fast food? Is it grocery stores, businesses? And how are they counted?
Councillor, I'll hand it over to Jane. She'll reply to your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Elliott. So, yeah, sorry, I'm adjusting the mic. Yeah, so how we came up with this information is through the waste calculation study. That is a 4-season study that we started in the spring of 2025. What we did was we selected truckloads across the city from both single-family homes and also the communal collection homes. And we collect the materials, we take samples from each of those truckloads, then we manually, well, our contractors manually sort the materials into 90 plus categories. So by the end of each day, actually for each sample, they weigh the weight of each category, record the information, and after they finish each season study, the raw data is provided to the city. That's why we conduct our analysis. We apply the composition, because waste calculation study tell us what is in that sample, how much percent is this material, how much percent is different type of material, and then we apply that information with our tonnage information, because we have the tonnage, like how much we have collected from single-family homes, how much we collected from the communal properties. So we apply that percentage to the tonnage and come up with the total tonnage. Then we apply a density factor to figure out how many pieces. That's how the calculation was conducted.
Okay, and thank you. And able to tell me what defines like a retail bag? Because when I think of retail bags, is that like a paper takeout? Is that a reusable cloth at a grocery store? Is that an old plastic? What defines the retail bags?
So takeout bags are anything that looks like shopping bag. Could be plastic, could be a small paper bag. That's what is classified as a shopping bag.
Okay, thank you. And have you had any feedback from businesses on the bylaw since it's been implemented?
Yes, we have been receiving feedback all the time. We actually have tracked the inquiries that we have received since January 2025. So altogether, well, this is from both residents and businesses. We have received a total of 1,900 inquiries since January 2025. Most of them, 1,300, was received in the first year, like 2023. And among that, 500 was received in the first month after the bylaw took effect. This is what we were expecting because we were introducing a bylaw that required residents and businesses to adjust their daily or weekly routine. So we were expecting residents would have questions, they need support. We had a different kind of support developed across the process, and we have been tracking the inquiries to make sure residents feel supported. So that number has declined. So in first year, it's close to 1,300. 2024, we had over 400. 2025, we received 128. And this year, to date, we have received 16. So that's kind of showing that residents and businesses, or most of them, have passed through the learning curve. We have also done 2 surveys, one in November 2023 and one in November 2024, kind of to do a temperature check about how residents and businesses feel. So specifically for the businesses, each year we received feedback from over 100 businesses, like less than 200. Residents, we got a lot more. Businesses, like close to 200, provided feedback in each survey. So the feedback we got from them was they did see a reduction. They have started to see less material single-use items used in their operations. Businesses were having some challenges, at the beginning, especially when residents didn't understand it. Some businesses, like they have to explain, like this is a city bylaw. We provide the businesses all these posters and also the toppers, so residents understand it's not a requirement from business, it's a requirement from the city. We had 2 cases.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm out of time right now. Let's come for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. And thank you so much for the report. Really enjoyed reading through it, and there's some quite positive results in here. So maybe just to understand so with the waste characterization study, we have preliminary results right now. I understand that further work is being completed. Can you just help me understand what that looks like? I believe it said that would be completed in Q2, and then we'll be receiving a memo, I believe, on those results.
Yeah, Councillor, you're correct. So we've completed 3 seasons of study so far. The 4th is it's actually in the midst of being assembled right now, so we don't have the data right now. And when complete, yeah, we will be providing that information by memo to you.
Okay. And at that time, once we have a full picture and sort of the full characterization study complete, if those results suggest that any adjustments or tweaks to our approach might want to be considered, would that be the most appropriate time to do so?
Yeah, Councillor, I think I would really, I think the best steps forward for us are to get a full season's worth of data before there's any changes to what's proposed at this point. If there's something, sharing that data with you and we can engage in a conversation, in a setting like this about what changes could be proposed. I think it's really important to see, like when we shared the graphs, it showed some impact from the food takeout containers. Within the roadmap that we're proposing in Roadmap 30, there are actions within that, regarding, reusable foodware that are already at targeting, that are looking ahead to those types of things. So yeah, it should wait until we get the 4 seasons done. We share that information with you. And I guess I would, pointing ahead there too, we've already got some actions planned that relate to what we're experiencing right now.
Right. Okay. So that's really excellent. So even based on the preliminary results, your teams have really built Roadmap 30 around maybe some of the learnings or opportunities for improvement that we saw over the last few years. Okay. And I guess it kind of leads into one of my other questions, just around the increase in containers that are not necessarily covered by the bylaw, and the potential that, like, is there some substituting happening there? Just trying to understand why we might be seeing those kinds of results.
Yeah, I can take this one. So there are reasons why the takeout containers are not covered by the bylaw. The first reason was because, unlike the other items covered by the bylaw, there's not really a way for people to avoid using takeout container. And also there are not many options for business to choose for commercially available alternatives. So that was one reason. Another reason was because when we developed the bylaw, there was a common concern among the food establishment that, especially about the sanitation, for this reusable food containers, how do they control the sanitation? How could they make sure that meet their safety requirements? So that was a major reason the takeout containers were not included in the bylaw. The past few years have seen really good progress. So on one hand, a good number of government, organizations, businesses have started to try different models to reuse more reusable food containers and cups. So that was really great. On the other hand, Alberta Health Services in 2023, they released a guideline for using reusable foodware. So that was like one guideline from the government. At the same time, Canada Standard Association and American National Standard Institution, they're working with a third party to develop a series of 6 standards, all for reusable foodware. So 2 of them have been released, the other 4 will be released across 2026. Those standards will cover the sanitation, washing, the materials, like what material requirement should be used for manufacturing, and etc. So all of this will enable the industry to build the confidence and to make more progress. So city will be part of that. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for the thorough answer. I have a few more questions. This might be a quick one. In the ICI roadmap that's underway, will that also include building and demolition and waste?
It will.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm really sorry. I need to get in the habit of doing this. But before I go to Councillor Stevenson, Mr. Beckett, as a utility advisor, do you have any commentary on this report?
Thank you. Because you're a utility regulator, and this is a utility that's in front of you, I thought it would be helpful to talk about the regulatory process that you're currently embarked upon. In the situation you find yourself, governments set legislation. Council sets certain policies. The utility provides a roadmap, this roadmap, that addresses those policy requirements. Council then determines if the roadmap does actually further the policy objectives. And then the utility includes programs that accomplish these the roadmap objectives in their next rate application. And that's where you see the costing associated with these objectives. Objectives are great, but they have to be tempered with an understanding of what the costs and implications are. And once the utility committee has reviewed those particular items, you either approve or adjust the programs that the utility is providing. Now, I offer that because a lot of people get critical of roadmaps that don't include costing, but I wanted to point out that your process does bring in the costing at the appropriate time, I hope, and that's what makes this particular submission useful. But it's only part of the process. You have to think about the whole process. So I hope that helps, but for me, objectives without an understanding of when or whether you're actually going to see the costing is a bit of a problem. But I take comfort in the process that you will.
That's a great reminder. Thank you very much for that. Okay, now Councillor Stevenson, sorry.
No, that's great. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, a few themes to follow up on. Really, really exciting body of work. Great report and roadmap.
Point of privilege.
Yes? Is it
I cannot hear Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, we will try a different mic.
Is this better?
Much better, thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for the flag. So just following from the feedback from our speaker, I thought there were some really interesting thoughts there in terms of supporting smaller tourism businesses. It sort of sounded like almost having an outsourced sustainability group that can provide consulting and advisory services. Is that something that the team is looking at?
Yeah, it's a part of the plan. So yeah, I need to make it clear. We want to present this roadmap to the council to get approval, and then we will develop the detailed plan for each action. So in focus area 3, support public event to reduce waste, we have 2 actions. The first one is create low waste event tools and guides. The second one is provide events with waste reduction education and consultation. So those smaller companies, they will definitely be able to benefit from these 2 actions, but just the details of each action still need to be developed.
Great. Yeah, I think those are some excellent ideas. Even just, the simple measure of helping businesses to conduct their own waste composition audits and providing them with the resources for that. So appreciate your work on that. So I think just in terms of that resource conversation, I think I saw in the report it's about 300,000 is anticipated to be committed. And my big question is whether that's enough. I will confess a gap that I'm continuing to see. I think we are seeing, again, success from the roadmap. I still have a drawer full of chopsticks that I don't want. There's one of my favorite cafes, there's still no reusable bowls and plates that are available. So just wondering what the teams are doing with some of that ongoing education and ultimately enforcement with non-complying businesses.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So yes, this roadmap doesn't really have a component of the SUI bylaw, but the maintenance of the bylaw will be part of our ongoing operation. So we are committed to continue have educational support to our businesses and the residents on a regular basis to normalize the single-use item reduction.
So will we, just maybe in terms of those businesses that still haven't adopted all of the bylaw provisions, like, are we feel like, is it because we haven't ramped that up adequately, or is it just a matter of time in terms of working through all the businesses? I'm just wondering if there are enough resources with the ongoing, or if we need to increase that.
We are still taking an education first approach so far. If we move to enforcement, we'll first provide a memo to the city. But that's not something we do not consider. We are monitoring the situation. We still hope to encourage more businesses to reduce more single-use items through education and not enforcement. But if we have to go with enforcement, that's one tool we have.
Well, maybe just another way of asking it is, for the businesses that are still not compliant, is that because the teams haven't had a chance to reach out to them yet to do education, or why are we, or have they just been given extended timelines? How do we feel in terms of the coverage that the team's been able to do so far?
We have temporary resources during the rollout, and those temporary education team visited more than 2,000 restaurants in the city because they were most impacted by the bylaw. Since that team has been, released, this last 2 years we do not have resources to visit every store. That is a resource gap.
Okay. And is there a strategy to fill that resource gap?
We have to look into it, see how we can do it without increasing the cost.
Why don't we want to increase the cost?
Jane, maybe I'll step in. You know, Councillor, with your question there, you continue with the education, you know, creates the opportunity as we can step in and educate some that it frees up the opportunity to go and educate others. You know, so I think, but you know what, your interest there in advancing, you know, continuing to have the conversation and carry the conversation with others, we share in that as well too, but we believe in that success. Going and having conversations with the businesses, you know what, we're finding in most settings that, you know, it is just that straight education. There is sometimes, you know, there is some other complications or about sourcing the right things, but we are finding progress in that, and that creates the opportunity to then move on and have other conversations. I think what you're sharing.
Sorry, your time is up. Okay, actually, it's my turn. Chris, why don't you finish that last thought?
That's very kind, thank you. I need to pay attention to the clock more. But yeah, no, if we felt that there was any risk about, you know, not advancing, you know, businesses being supported and moving through that, we would bring that conversation here, you know, just like Jim had shared about the rate filing, about how do we resource that, right?
Yeah, I guess that was something, you know, reading through the roadmap for this, you know, last phase. I think we had some really big moves. We had some things that was influenced by, you know, provincial legislation with EPR. That's really about, you know, environmental, like, you know, things that were changing within the environment to lead to behavior change or to lead to moving towards this goal. Whereas I think this phase is really focused around education. And I didn't really see a lot about that enforcement side of things. But you feel that if that is a gap, you will just come back.
So the roadmap 30, it was really focused on. So I'll just take a step back. So roadmap 24, we really were able to focus on some low-hanging fruit. The single-use item reduction bylaw, for example, there was items in there that we could easily replace or avoid. So moving to roadmap 30 is really informed through education, or through the engagement process, and the feedback that we got was residents and businesses are very encouraged and they want to reduce and reuse, as long as the methods are convenient and accessible. So we've really designed roadmap 30 in that way. And that's not to say that we don't think that we're going to have an impact. We're going to have a big impact through this. So the food waste, for example, that makes up 13% of the material that we throw out. So there's a tremendous opportunity to reduce. And that's just one example.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, just back to Mr. Beckett, you take comfort in the process, and I think that was very clear. Do you have any thoughts on the actions for this next phase of the roadmap, since you were also here for the last phase?
No real comments.
Okay, thank you for your brevity. Okay, so, and then I guess I wanted to ask about, first of all, we are on track, yes. I actually thought the numbers were really encouraging, and, you know, and to me the lesson was really about taking a whole systems approach and using lots of different tools. For the waste sorting, and specifically the public ones, I guess I'm just wondering how reliable that data is. It's so mixed. I think any one of us walking by a public garbage can, like, we can see what goes in there, and it is so mixed. And if we take it to the waste management center, it gets sorted there, what is the point of having separate bins, right?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Tan. Yeah, maybe I can explain a little bit. We included the BIA, like business improvement area, street litter container composition for the single-use family, kind of a spot check, but it's different from the single-family home, like residential side. Residential side, we have the tonnage, right? We know how much we collected from the homes. We have done really a large waste collection study, so that information, I would say, is very accurate. For the commercial, city does not collect or process commercial waste. We do not have access to their tonnage information. We do not have access to the material to do the audit. That's why we just select one area that is a business improvement area, because we collect that material.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of the ones in City Hall. I'm thinking of the bins in Churchill Square, right? Like the ones that we're seeing around, and even those ones are quite quite mixed. And I will also say, I will welcome orientation about how to sort waste, even for us as a council, to lead by example. Because I feel like, are people doing it? Maybe they're doing it at home, but not, in other settings. And we're still taking it somewhere else to get it manually sorted, then it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yes, thank you very much for offering to lead by example. That's exactly why we have the focus area 5. So the other 4 focus areas was based out what we have learned from the waste resident generate at home or at a public event. But focus area 5, which is reduce waste from city facilities operations, is the one that we want to lead by example.
Yeah.
When we ask our community to do it, we want to do it as well.
Okay, sorry, Chris, did you want to pop in there quickly?
It's just, you know what, Councillor, you're on the right point. People do it at home. We need to find the businesses, they're responsible for their waste in their spaces. They need to provide that opportunity so people can bring their habits from home to their workplace. Okay. And we only process residential waste within our system.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rutherford?
Yep, I'm here. Thank you. I just want to kind of pick up on the same thread as Councillor Stevenson. I had a similar line of questioning in Roadmap Action 2. It talks about, sorry. It talks about, encourage residents and businesses to choose reusable foodware. And I understand the residents, but similar to Councillor Stevenson, I kind of, when I saw that one, I thought, what's the point of having the single-use item bylaw that we're not seeing those? And in fact, the data is showing that some of those things that we're trying to reduce are actually increasing. Like cups and takeaway containers, and I would argue, similar to Councillor Stevenson, utensils. Nobody asks me if I want soy sauce packets or if I want chopsticks. They are just automatically put in. So, thoughts on that? Why is it encourage and not something a bit stronger?
Sure. So the way that we've written the single-use item restriction bylaw is around where it's easy to make these swaps and these changes without completely impacting and negatively impacting the experience. So around.
But the bylaw specifically states that you will not hand out single-use utensils or items without asking, unless requested, or without asking if they want to be requested. We're not talking about the bags, we're talking about, and that is not happening. So what are we doing? If you're talking about encouraging business, I'm specifically looking at businesses here. Like we have that in the bylaw, and I don't see any education, I don't see any improvement around that. And I'm wondering how Action 2 is going to actually help that.
Councillor, what I would point back towards is that we already have the resources within the branch to go and have those education conversations with businesses when we become aware of them, and we are doing those. So, if a resident experiences that, we would like to learn about that so that we can go and engage those businesses in that conversation about. I think the follow-up, the last point of it being is that that's not in keeping with the bylaw, but about educating about the opportunity and what we're seeking within our community. So we do have the resources within our current, currently, and we just need to know about the opportunities so we can go and do that.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is more reporting of 311 potentially if residents that are passionate about waste reduction see these kind of things, activities happening.
That's correct.
So, okay. And then I did have a question on the first one too, the making, sharing, and donating easier, which I loved, and I loved a lot of what's in there. But I wanted to follow up and hone in on point F, which is improve access to information on reuse opportunities, and why administration simply said information as opposed to access to reuse opportunities. Because I've mentioned before how I think that only having one reuse center is a huge barrier for people on the north side actually using it and or dropping off stuff to it.
Yeah, Councillor, again, in the formation of the actions, this is from the feedback, that we gained through that engagement. With regards to that reuse space, the area that we operate that's in the west side of the city, the west central part of the city, there are a number of reuse type areas aside from our own facility. So we do feel it's well served. Our current reuse area, is well used and fits a certain segment. Sorry, I should reframe that. Our course of reuse area is, south central off of 51st Ave there. But we try to make sure that we're participating in the right way in that space because there are a number of participants out there as well.
So you don't think there's any barriers to reusing on the north side?
So I can add that there are 7 actions under focus area 1. The other 6 will all improve improve the access to reuse opportunities. That's why the action F is only for information, so people know how and where.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Chair Tang. I have a question about the big bin events. So I see that in figure 4 on attachment 1, page 7, it seems that the big bin events, it's a very narrow line there. So are we actually achieving the results that we would expect, that we wanted? Because I do know that the union had made some recommendations on maybe a better way of addressing this. And I'm just not sure with the cost and the benefit analysis has been done on this, and if we need to make changes with the big bin event.
Councillor, maybe I could just ask you to, reframe your question just to make sure that I can reply to it, please.
Yes, so just the benefit of the big bin events. So are we achieving the results that, is there a better way of doing it? Have you had discussions with the unions on different ways to address it?
Yeah, Councillor, we actively participate or connect with our staff who are union members about how to best deliver the big bin events. For everybody's awareness, there are 8 events that pop up through the summer that provide the drop-off opportunity for residents in their community free of charge. And, we know with those events that, residents love them. They like to attend them. We try to make sure that we get them in very quickly so that they can go away happy. And we constantly taking feedback. And Councillor, the union is part of that feedback that we seek from because the members are their members.
Okay. I thought I heard that they were looking at doing it a different way, but maybe that's for further discussion. And I agree, many people get very excited about the big bin events. However, sometimes there are very long lineups. And again, when I look on the graph, it's a very small percentage of the collections is what I'm seeing. And I'm just wondering if there is another way to address it.
Councillor, it's exactly that we developed the free eco station weekends going back a handful of years, which are, when we're trying to balance about what we want, the services we deliver to residents, we have been most effective. The free eco station weekends are more subscribed. We see more residents through them than we do in the big bin events. I recognize residents love having it in their communities, but the free eco station weekends, when we offer those, and we offer 4 of them now, that's how we're finding the best opportunity to create that opportunity at the lowest impact to our operating expense.
Okay, you just answered my next question. How many? So we're doing 4 a year?
That's correct. 4 free weekends a year.
Okay. All right. And what is the difference between, do you know like how much you collect extra on those free weekends compared to the big bin events?
Councillor, I don't have that data in front of me, but I could certainly return back with that information for you. But it is, I guess I would offer just in scale, the free eco-station events would see a lot more participation and we can more quickly move residents through those settings.
Right. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. For admin, I'm just going to segue just a little bit. Just got a question for you. In regards to the bylaw, has there been any analysis done on the, I'll say, the financial impact of the bag fee, for example, for low-income households, either like through seniors or low-income residents or people experience homelessness, et cetera?
The city doesn't conduct that study because we don't really have the access to the information. However, the bag fee is not a mandatory thing. The bag fee, the bag itself, the new shopping bags, is option. We want the businesses to ask residents whether they need the bag, so residents can rethink how what they do impact the environment and make a decision for themselves. We encourage residents to bring their the bags they already have at home or go shopping without a bag instead of buying a new bag.
Did I sorry, I just wanted you to clarify. Did I hear you say the bag fee is not mandatory?
Well, it's mandatory for the business to charge a minimum bag fee, but it's not mandatory for residents to buy a new bag.
Oh, okay. And has there been any discussions? Because I know right now, unless you correct me on this, the fee that's collected by businesses for the bag fee, do they keep that? Or has there been any discussions to have that fee like used in regards to environmental aspects for reduction? Or is it just a collection? I guess to separate the two there.
Yeah, business keeps the fee, and then we encourage them to use the fee to offset the additional cost, as well as contribute to other environmental initiatives.
Okay, and I got to ask too, what is the percentage? And I'm trying to remember my numbers here from the presentation and what you provided. What percentage of the waste that we're seeing right now comes from industrial, commercial versus residential?
City only collect residential waste, so we do not have that information. A regional study conducted by a third party estimated that probably 60–70% of the waste generated in the region is from the non-residential sector.
Okay, and what's the total operation cost right now for this implementing this roadmap action if we move forward here?
So, sorry, Councillor, which specific action? The total roadmap over the 4 years is 1.5 million. We have 300 in for this year.
Okay, great. Then thank you so much. And Chair, that's it for my questions at the moment.
Okay, great, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Morgan for first round.
Thanks, appreciate it. And I'm just I couldn't find it anywhere. And I think, Councillor Elliott talked a little bit about the composite of our waste, but like, was there any knowledge of comparing that bag bylaw between grocery and fast food? In particular, those two, I guess, is like, do we know how much we've reduced fast food bags?
So it's very difficult when we do the characterization study to determine, where each bag is from. So it's a conglomerate of shopping bags, retail bags, grocery bags, food bags.
Cool. And then I guess, like, my other question, I see a lot in the Sobeys, like paper bags still being used at a cost. Is there some knowledge of, like, the environmental impacts of paper versus plastic, and like what our goals are around that? Or
well, I don't know if I can get into the environmental science around it, but we do see, like, we do see paper bags. They are better for the environment, especially when they're recycled. But we do also see through the characterization studies that not all paper bags wind up in the recycling. A lot of them still end up in the food scraps or the garbage. So that's an education piece to properly dispose of them. But they do cause that environmental impact, not only in the disposal side, but in production, transportation, and the use of them as well.
Okay, so those paper bags are recyclable then? That's what you're telling me.
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. Thanks. Cool. Would there be any cost, like, and you got some feedback from businesses and stuff too, if we say that the bag bylaw was repealed, maybe would there be any cost to businesses or any pushback from businesses to go back?
Councillor, I guess one thing that I would point to, like, we are we're quite literally at this point, like we've sampled 3 seasons of a full year's worth of data, regarding the impacts. There has been some variability in that data that we're seeing already, but I guess I would want to share the comment. It's very early, I think, to consider changes in what's proposed and where we're at right now. Let's get more information about the impacts and about where we're going. But as a whole, the impacts to those businesses, we'd have to let them speak to, those impacts. Like obviously they wouldn't be collecting anymore. They wouldn't be having those conversations at their location. So but they would really need to speak to that.
So they haven't spoken to them is what I guess is or they haven't spoken to the cost of implementing, even just implementing the bag bylaw in the first place, like the fees and all the rest.
So business are not required to report this information to the city, but we believe business have purchased less single-use items covered by the bylaw. From what we see through this preliminary waste calculation study, and also through the survey feedback, like in November 2024, which was over a year ago, we did ask a question. This is through the residential part. We asked people like, now there's a bag fee and the bag fee has increased. How likely are you? Actually, how often do you pay for a new paper bag when you have a takeout or going through the drive-through? 31% resident, like a respondent, told us they do not pay for that fee. And 17% told us they do that less than 25%. So kind of by November 2024, half of the population already adapted to that change. That's why we believe businesses has already spent less for the paper bags and other SUIs. But we do think they spend more cost for the takeout containers.
Okay, thanks. And I got a little bit more time here, so I'm just going to ask about reusable bags. I might have missed it too. Reusable bags in landfills being thrown in there after their life. Do we have any idea on that?
Are you asking about how they decompose within landfills? Is that your question? Sorry.
Are we seeing an increase in reusable bags in landfills or in our waste stream?
We're looking at the composition of that. The information that we shared about bags included that element when we studied it. So there is a reduction as a whole. And again, can't encourage people to use reusable bags enough. And the secret is keeping them at hand when you go into those stores and reusing them, because to get the full value out of them is to use them multiple times. That's where they provide the most impact, the greatest opportunity.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to put the motion on the floor, if that's all right. So I will move that, apologies, it just disappeared from my screen, that the Waste Reduction Roadmap 30 set out in Attachment 1 of the March 9, 2026 City Operations Report CO 03265 be approved.
And then do you want to spend 2 minutes intro or do you want questions?
I'll do some questions and then I'll close, maybe. Yeah, just I wanted to dig into some points that have been raised. We are seeing some pretty big reductions in bags, correct? It looks like an 80% reduction. So that's pretty incredible. And I assume that, to my colleague's point, if someone purchased, a reusable like semi-cloth bag and was disposing of that, we would also count that in the bag count, correct?
It's only for the single-use bag, so no, it wouldn't be in there.
That wouldn't be in there. Okay. So do we capture that elsewhere?
Yes. Yeah. That is reusable garbage. After their use, it's considered a textile.
A textile. Okay. So it occurs to me again, an 80% reduction seems like a big success. When we're looking at the action around reducing cups, disposable cups, it seems to me that a price does seem to really help shift behavior. So when you build out the more detailed implementation plan, is that something that you're contemplating?
So for the action, focus area number 2, reusable footwear that include both food containers and cups.
Okay, and so that could potentially come with the addition of those items to the single-use item bylaw, or and having a charge associated with them?
We're not proposing any bylaw changes at this time.
Okay.
The actions around is encouraging and educating and providing opportunities for use.
Okay, well, talk me through that logic. I appreciate, you know, the price has been a sensitive topic. I think we'll be talking about it further, but it seems to me that the data suggests that pricing does seem to strongly influence behavior. So just wondering why we've ruled that out with some of our other key priority areas.
So the bylaw requirement for the caps, there are two of them. The first one is businesses or food establishment must serve dine-in orders with reusable cups. The second one, they need to have a policy to accept customer cups. So there's no mandatory for takeout cups. That is why in the focus area number 2, we want to focus on the takeout containers and the cups, but through the pilot and the education.
Is it maybe, is administration suggesting then it's perhaps a two-step process, wanting to see what progress could be made using education, and then depending on the results, consider introducing fees?
That's it exactly, Councillor. Like these are, we're really pursuing behavior adjustments, right? People changing behaviors.
Sorry, just sorry to interrupt. For those online, are you able to hear Mr. Fowler just now? Or was it just the first speaker earlier whose mic is not? Okay, yes. But you couldn't hear the first speaker, so I think you may just want to consider changing microphone when it's your turn. Oh, okay. That would do it. Okay, sorry. Please continue.
Sorry, I'll have to just rewind my thoughts here. I guess that sorry, my apologies, I've lost the question or my reply there. So.
That's okay, sort of the two-step process, looking at behavior change, and, you know, fully agree, I think education is a really critical component to that. However, what I'm seeing from the data is that adding a small opt-out fee seems to be shifting behaviors the most quickly, the most significantly, and just wanting to ensure that we're not shying away from that type of tool, which again seems to be demonstrating success.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that feedback. And we continue to focus on education. Like, this is a journey about behavior change. And, you know, we're seeing positive impacts already, some of which are being influenced by the bylaw, but continue to lean in. I think our best success going forward, and that's what's tested by our team, is education first.
Okay, and then just back to the previous question around textile waste. In the waste characterization study, will we see, because I think to the point we want to make sure that, you know, paper and plastic bags aren't just being replaced by cloth bags being disposed. So will we have that information broken out in the final waste characterization study?
So in the waste calculation study, we have all the reusable bags as one category. If needed in the next round, we can separate them. We can have separate categories to know exactly how many reusable bags are textile.
Oh no, and that's okay. Sorry, I think I misunderstood then. So all reusable bags are already in a split out category.
They are in the 2025 one. We didn't have them in the 2022 to 2023 one. At that time, we just set up establish a baseline for the single-use items. Okay. But in 2025, we figure out, you know, people also want to know how many reusable bags showed up in the system.
Great, thank you. I allow a bit more extra time because of the interruption earlier. Councillor Salvador.
Great, thank you. Appreciated the answers to those questions. Maybe just a few remaining on my end. More so related to how we can leverage community organizations and partners to help us going forward. And I'm thinking specifically about making sharing and donating easier with the idea of a pilot to piloting a curbside giveaway program. I'm just aware of, you know, many community groups, community leagues who are already doing those kinds of programs informally or organically in neighborhoods across the city, and how we might tap into some of those existing networks. Or even another example, on the textile side, like clothing swaps and clothing exchanges. That's a frequent thing that happens in the areas that I represent. How do we support the good work that is already happening and expand it?
Is it working? Okay. Thank you for the question. There is a lot of great work that's already happening in the community through social networking and these sorts of things. So through the program, we're going to pilot it. We're going to learn from the experience and get a lot of feedback and incorporate that throughout. And we do have our own established network. So we do work a lot of businesses, NGOs, social companies to do exactly what you're suggesting around reuse, sharing of items that, a person might be finished with, but it's not ready for landfill.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that list, would EFCL also be looped in? I think they could be a really excellent group to be able to chat with, knowing that this is already happening in many communities.
We will develop the details in the next while.
Yeah.
So this roadmap lists what we are going to do and how we are going to do each of them will be developed after it's approved.
Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. I think it's just an exciting opportunity. Well, thank you so much for those answers.
Great. So if there's no other speakers on the docket, I'm going to open the floor up to speaking to the motion. If you want to sign up, please do. Okay, Mayor Knack, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. I was just trying to log in and describe quickly enough. I want to just, and sorry, I've been just back and forth, but appreciate all the work that's gone into this this new roadmap. I think what we've seen overall with the last roadmap is actually a very effective series of changes. I know there's going to be a discussion on one specific item, but I think overall that we actually have seen clear measurable success. I appreciate that there was good data in that because certainly had it come up a lot during the campaign at different times about certain pieces. Is that I think are we seeing a reduction in litter? I know Councillor Morgan joked in our chat that we continue to see a garbage bag flying around as this meeting is happening. But what's funny is how I know. So I hope we got that on camera. That's really good. What's funny is, rather maybe what's not funny is we are actually seeing a reduction in garbage like that, measurable, right? We're seeing a lot of measurable improvements in a number of areas. And so I think that's just a good response to the work that's been happening. I think with the new roadmap, very encouraged by it. The one thing I would flag, and there's been a few questions on that already, just around I think we're looking at the cups and our new takeout containers. I hear loud and clear that goal one is education, and I think that's the right approach. I think we need to be willing to take other action if that doesn't come down, because at the end of the day, the whole point of this, well, there's many points. One is the good environmental impacts, but I'm actually going to point to the other one, which is that when we're sending a lot of things to landfill, that's incredibly expensive for us too. That's not a great way to use our resources, and so when we're seeing results from various bylaws, from various actions we're taking, we should make sure we're talking about those and reminding people that there's a strong benefit. So I think on the cups and on the takeout containers, we're going to have to see if there's a better way forward. I'm glad it's not styrofoam containers anymore. That's really good. But substituting styrofoam to this new container, they might be slightly better than others, but it still takes up a lot of space, a lot of funding. So great work on the roadmap. Looking forward to it, and then I'll have more to say when the subsequent comes forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Maybe I'll just add a couple thoughts here as well. I think the data is very encouraging, and it's just things. I want to thank the work of the team for delivering on that. I'm always reminded that the city has a 25-year waste strategy. It is not a one-year strategy. It is over a very long period of time. You need to take a very comprehensive systems approach to address the issue around waste using lots of different tools and lever. And I think the positive aspect of the numbers that we're seeing isn't due to any particular, I think, not due to any particular lever, but rather through the conglomeration of multiple levers. And I think that's really important to remember. Do we need to adjust them? I think that's what meetings like this and discussions like this is about. But I just want to take a moment to kind of highlight the systems approach and the long term. I'm glad to see we're on track, and I look forward to see how the next phase will help us continue to be on track. I do continue to feel that there's a bit of a gap that I'm not seeing on my end on the enforcement side of things. I know we focus a lot about the 4 E's, where enforcement comes last, and it's really highlighting encouraging and education. And it's really a similar thought process for the next item as well. But I think that needs to be a critical part of this conversation. So I will leave it there and go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just wanted to echo my colleagues and just congratulating you for the work that's happening. I think it's excellent, and we're seeing that measurable success. So congratulations, and thank you for your work on that. I think also what you're hearing is a passion to build on that success. You know, we are hearing from Edmontonians that they really want to contribute to the reduction in waste. And I think that having that built into our daily lives is such an important way to help them to do that. So for other Edmontonians who just like cringe a little bit every time you get served a drink with a straw in it that you didn't ask, you know, I think that's the needle that we can really move right now. And again, appreciate education is number one. But agree that at a certain point, given the priority that it has for us in our climate change goals, the costs that we have, and recognizing that Edmontonians want to see it, I think it is appropriate to escalate to enforcement when warranted. And I also hope as we continue to go through this journey that we stay open to all the tools that we have in our toolbox. Again, appreciate the incremental approach that Edmund is taking. But don't want you to shy away from making recommendations about what you think is best to achieve these goals. So thank you again so much.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote, and that's been carried. So at this time, I'm going to go to Councillor Elliott. I believe you have a subsequent motion that I think is why a lot of the media is here. Go ahead.
Yes, I do, and thank you. I'm actually going to put, I was going to have one motion, but there's going to be two aspects of it. I apologize to the clerk for this late edition, but I'll just do my best here. The Utility Committee recommended City Council that administration prepare amendments to revised Charter Bylaw 20117, single-use reduction bylaw to remove the requirement to charge a minimum fee for new shopping bags provided by businesses categorized as a restaurant or food service. In addition, I'd move that the waste utilization study come back to Utility Committee as a report in Q2.
Great, thank you. Would you like to introduce for these two
Sure, thank
motions?
you. The intent behind Edmonton's single-use bag bylaw was to reduce waste and encourage environmental responsible behavior. These are goals I believe everyone around this table supports. However, the specific requirement that a businesses charge a mandatory 25-cent fee for a takeout bag deserves reconsideration. This policy was designed to influence behavior, but in practice, it often functions as a penalty rather than a meaningful environmental tool. First, the fee disproportionately affects lower income residents. For someone with a comfortable income, a 25% fee may barely be noticeable. But for residents who are struggling financially, every additional cost matters. Many people who purchase fast food or quick takeout meals do so because they are working long hours, traveling between jobs, or managing tight household budgets. Environmental policy should not be unintentional, become regressive, placing a heavier burden on those with the ability to absorb additional cost. Second, the bag fee often does not change behavior in the context of takeout food. Unlike grocery shopping, where residents can plan ahead with reusable bags, takeout meals are often purchased spontaneously on the way home from work. The packaging frequently requires a bag to transport safely. In these cases, consumers are not making a meaningful environmental choice. They are simply being charged an unavoidable fee. When a policy offers no practical alternative, it stops becoming an incentive and starts becoming a penalty. Third, the bylaw places local businesses in an awkward position. Restaurant owners and their staff are required to collect and enforce these fees, explain to frustrated customers, and absorb the frustration that comes with it. These businesses did not create the policy, but they're on the ones tasked with implementing it at the counter. Many small businesses are already navigating rising operational costs and economic pressures. Adding administrative burdens also affects the relationship with customers. Fourth, our goal is to change environmental behavior. Education and awareness are far more effective tools. People change habits when they are understood the impact of these actions and feel empowered to make different choices. Public education campaigns, reuse programs, or partnerships with businesses can encourage sustainable behavior without relying on mandatory consumer charges. Evidence from many environmental initiatives share lasting change comes from awareness and engagement, not from small fees. Reconsidering the mandatory 25-cent takeout bag as appropriately to ensure environmental policies remains both effective and equitable for all residents.
Great.
And I'm sorry, I'm out of time.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, introduction is a little bit shorter than the usual 5. So I will maybe start with some questions. I guess first to Councillor Elliott, to the mover, just to be clear, and I think you were in the last statement, that this is really specific to the brown bags at takeout or restaurant that offer takeout service, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And to administration, we've kind of circled that piece a little bit in the past. Can you just remind us why it's so and I remember the last conversation we had about this particular item was that it was hard to pull out that brown bag piece as its own class of bag to regulate.
Are you speaking specifically, Councillor, to the waste characterization study?
No. So this question about can we stop can we stop the bylaw piece just on the brown bag, not the grocery shopping bags? We're talking about the brown bag for takeout, and we've talked about this previously at another utility committee. Can you just remind us what that answer was? Because my recollection was around it requires creating like a subclass of bag waste.
It would. It's doable, but it would cause some complications, of course, through the bylaw and the businesses that it applies to.
Can you talk about those complications?
I think it's something we'd have to take away to work with legal on how to do that. But it's a subclass of particular restaurants, food takeout businesses. So we'd have to really, word the legalese around targeting those particular businesses.
And then brown bags can be recycled. You mentioned that earlier. But if it has like food stains on it, it cannot.
Composted.
Okay, but it can be composted. See, I think where I always get confused was, why are we focusing on that and instead, like we've never touched the straws, for example, which one can argue has a much more material negative impact on waste and even aquatic system, but we never touched that, in fact. It's just an option for business to ask. And then this one, in this case, we're charging, we're putting much more emphasis on the brown bag that can be either composted or recycled. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think it was really a harmonization piece between the foodware bags and the grocery retail bags. I think is why we ended up with the charge.
Kind of just to put all that in one category.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. So again, just really want to hone in on the data that we've collected so far. So again, that 80% reduction in bags, both sort of in public waste and then also residential waste, that includes takeout bags, correct? Those.
Correct.
So it seems like a really significant shift in behavior just from those numbers. Do we have any other qualitative feedback from businesses? I seem to recall in previous meetings hearing that some of the larger suppliers were seeing such a significant drop in the number of supplies they had to order that they were able to provide price discounts on other items. Is that feedback that you've heard consistently since this was implemented?
That is correct. And also, as I mentioned that we have these questions in both residential survey and the business survey. And from the residential side, almost 48% of residents told us they rarely use a brown bag at drive-through or takeout. This was by November 2024. Another year has passed. We hope this number has been further increased. And on business side, we also, I can't remember the exact number, but yeah, business also report that they were using less bags and other single-use items covered by the bylaw.
Okay, great. And then I think again, really really important piece. Just, again, this is an avoidable fee, correct? Folks are able to opt out.
Correct.
And I think, you know, I've certainly been noticing that, you know, I can recall when it was first introduced, there were times where I was sort of just automatically charged for a bag without being asked, but I've been noticing now more compliance of being actively asked for that. And then just want to confirm again that the requirements placed on the business is to ask that question, to say, would you like a bag, and then charge accordingly for it. But to the best of my recollection, there's no other, they don't have to track that, they don't have to report it to the city, there's no, you know, providing the revenue back, anything like that. Is that correct? It's just getting staff to ask that one question.
That is correct.
And apply the charge.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just to the mover, just kind of coming back to that question around order of operations. Do you feel sort of getting part 2 around the full results and study makes sense before, and sort of being able to see that, assess the results that come back before considering part 1?
We can separate these if that makes it easier, Councillor Salvador. In regards to this information, I just feel that how it's been unfairly impacted on those from a low income aspect, I feel that it's, I think, more imperative to work on that now. And in addition, we can still get the report back at the second quarter.
Okay, and just to clerk, this can be separated for voting purposes?
Yes.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, just a quick question with this, number 1 there is, and I don't even know who to ask this to, but go to 7-Eleven, Shell, get a corn dog. Is that a food service?
It is. So in the bylaw, the primary packaging is not considered as single-use bylaw. Like the bag people had to use, that ramp people had to use, hold the donair or that, you know, the food, some food, that's not considered as single-use bags. So business can still offer that. It's a bag that put every food in, that
Okay.
is considered the shopping bags. And we are asking business to charge a minimum fee for the new shopping bags.
Yeah, so they would be included in this then, or they wouldn't be included, sorry. They would be included, or they wouldn't be included in this
So
motion?
what's the exact example?
If I'm going to go, like, because 7-Eleven or gas stations, they would have multiple services there, right? Gas, retail, and food. I would just wonder if they'd be
Yeah.
included in this motion that my colleague is pushing forward here.
That will be included. Like the overall bag, they put everything in, that is shopping bag.
That would be included. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right, thanks.
Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Tang. There we go. I think I got it. We're all fighting with the buttons here.
Sorry. What did I say? Mayor Knack.
I don't know. I'm just fighting with the buttons. No, you said everything right. I'm just fighting with buttons here. And sorry, maybe I now that I'm just rereading the first part of the motion, I want to just double check, and so I guess I'll look to admin first, and maybe I'll go back to the mover. If we're defining this as a restaurant or a food service, because I think where I hear the greatest concern and where I think I'd be willing to maybe consider this is specifically that takeout bag from a fast food restaurant versus the restaurant I'm going into. You know, I've made a deliberate decision to go into a restaurant to pick up food, whether that be a takeout or order in, and then I end up having a takeout container. If I'm reading this motion, you would treat those two the same versus say, if I was just looking to single out the fast food piece. Is that correct? With how this motion is worded?
Can I ask you to please maybe restate?
Essentially, with the way this motion is worded, does this apply only to fast food restaurants or any restaurant that might give you takeout?
Our interpretation is any restaurant for takeout.
Okay. Is there a wording that you would see to change on point 1 that would specifically talk about the fast food takeout sort of through that's what I think there is, to me, a difference between those two. And I want to just get a sense of, if I read restaurant or food service, I'm trying to figure out how we would differentiate that. Is there a way we can do that?
I'm looking at the language of the wording now. I'm not sure how I would recommend to change it. On the fly, I'm not sure how to change it.
Okay, I'm going to think about that. Maybe I will go to the mover just to check. Do you, to the mover, hearing what admin has said, and you've probably heard my question there, I do maybe consider a difference between like the fast food restaurant where you know folks are trying to get the fries and all of that versus you know a restaurant that I've walked into to pick up whether it be a takeout order or I've ate in and I'm leaving and have a container with me. Do you view those as separate, or are you viewing them sort of you want to treat it as one and the same?
Mayor, I'm open to the. I'm sorry, Mayor, was that for the mover?
Yes, yes, to you. Thank you. Yeah, to you, Councillor Elliott.
Yeah, I'm open to distinguishing the difference because when I look at, if say, for example, when you go to buy groceries, generally speaking, you plan for that. You know you're going to go to the grocery store so you can have your bags and go there. And to your point, if I'm following you correctly, if I know I'm going to order from a restaurant on the way home, I'm going to pick it up, be there, I'll have my bags. Where there is a difference. I'm open to either on that, but I don't know what determines, you know, by definition, a fast food versus a, you know, sit-down restaurant. I don't know if there is a definition or distinguish the difference between the both.
No problem. That's helpful. We can figure out a way. Motions can always be worked. So I'm gonna look to everyone without trying to do this on the fly. But I also appreciate now there's nobody else on the board. I'd like to amend that to make it difference between the fast food versus the pickup. Mr. McEwen, do you have a thought?
I think I was just to add, if we understand the intent, then we can work with whatever wording and bring back a report to describe what those options could look like.
Okay.
So if the intent is to differentiate between a drive-through, we could probably you know, add drive-through to this particular motion. But if we understand and we're clear on the intent in this room, then we can work with that and bring that back as a set of options.
That's helpful. So I guess I'm going to look to Councillor Elliott because I don't want to, you know, if your intent is to consider both, that's fine. So I'm just debating whether I would make an amendment to say fast food drive-through to make it clear that we're sort of focused on the you know, unplanned stop versus the planned stop at restaurant X that I'm grabbing takeout on. Are you okay with that intent, or would you rather me make an amendment? Just
no, Mayor, I'm amenable to that as well.
Okay, then knowing that, I guess I would make an amendment. Whether I'll turn it to the chair to just be clear, we'll highlight drive-through, and knowing the intent of what they would work on for that.
You're looking at me if you want to make that as a
I
friendly
will.
amendment or just a regular
I'll make the
amendment?
amendment, and you can decide if it's friendly or not.
I would not think it's friendly.
Very good. All right, then I will make that amendment.
Okay, I think, yeah, I just came on board just to correct some typos in the motion. Just wanted to get the language right to the mover. It's a waste reduction study, or I think it's waste characterization study? Yes. To the mover?
Yeah, Chair, I think that's correct as well. As waste reduction, I believe that should be. But I just want to make sure the correct language, and I may have to look to admin to determine what is the correct language to use for that.
So,
what I'm wondering there is that the results of our characterization study, is that what the councillor is proposing, that we return with the results of our characterization
rather
study?
than the memo, because I think you mentioned a memo, but rather than coming to committee.
Yeah, no, okay.
That's correct.
So that's the waste characterizations study.
Yep.
A report on the full waste characterization study and return to committee in second quarter 2026.
It should be, we would feel we are better served to return in Q3. We need some time to get the information together. So it will be Q3 that we could return.
Was that the original timeline you were looking at?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess to the mover, are you okay with that?
Absolutely. If this used the correct language, and apologies to admin, and the Q3 is fine.
Okay. So can we just get the correct wording, if that's okay with the assembly, as a friendly amendment? Yes? You know what I'm talking about? Okay. Okay, so I'll just wait for the wording on that. I'm actually okay with leaving it as the restaurant or food service, kind of keeping the drive-through and the restaurant takeout together. I'll share my thought if it's appropriate at a later time. But I was wondering if the new shopping bag language is clear to you, because we're not talking about grocery bag, we're talking about just those brown bags.
Yep. No,
Okay.
we think we've got that.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it. If there's no one else on the board, we can maybe speak to it. I understand there's a request to separate it for voting. Are you trying to click on? Okay, Councillor Salvador, go ahead. Questions?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, coming back to administration, would it be preferable on your end to be able to come back with a report with full information after the study is complete and then contemplate part one?
It would. You know, at that point, you get all of the information together for good consideration and discussion.
Is there an opportunity, I'm just working on the fly here, to look at amending this so that when that report comes back, there's a section in that report that contemplates potential amendments at that time?
If they're moved together, I think that makes sense. To have the waste characterization study inform the motion. That could work.
And maybe I'm thinking about an opportunity to even broaden that a little bit so that the waste characterization study can come back and administration can have any recommendations or adjustments to our approach at that time. Maybe it's, because this is quite specific, but maybe there are other ones that might arise based on the results of the study.
Yes, we would intend to do that.
Okay. I don't have wording for that right now, but I do see someone else on the board, so I might consider that and come back in a second. Thanks.
Okay, I'll go to Mayor Knack, although I think, oh, sorry, this is the amendment.
Yes, but if there is a different amendment, which I think Councillor Salvador is going to work on, that might make more sense than me. If we're gonna get those together, I'm okay with not having a debate about drive-throughs yet until we get that full report.
Okay, so we'll withdraw what's on the board
Yeah,
right
I can
now,
withdraw
and
that
then
amendment.
you will just wait for Councillor Salvatore's
Yes.
turn to come up.
Well, I think you were working on wording, so I'll let you defer to you because I will also have to be in transit to another event, so I will be here to vote, but I need
Great,
to.
thank you.
Thank
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I think, something I'm picking up in the conversation is the lack of segmented data that we have on fast food bags versus bags writ large. Is that a distinction that can be brought forward with the final waste characterization study? I imagine there may be challenges in that, but just wondering if there's a way to dig into that a bit more.
Yeah, it's very difficult to separate them. Once it's disposed of, then one bag looks like the other bag. So it is very difficult. Anything to add?
Yeah, we can separate the plastic bags and paper bags. That's what we can do, and we actually have the separate result for them.
Okay. And so there wouldn't be an opportunity, let's say, if administration could capture, I think a lot of fast food bags are branded, even to pull out that as a proportion of overall bags.
Councillor, the methodology for this, it is a standard methodology. Like that may inject I don't know that would be achievable. It is, there is a standard methodology that's used for this, and that would create it. I don't know that we could actually deliver that information in that manner.
Okay, no, that's helpful to know. Just trying to think of other data that could be brought forward to help inform specifically around fast food. So Again, would it be possible for administration to bring some more detailed information through qualitative surveys or conversations with some of the major fast food distributors, just to understand their experience? Maybe just to be really clear, I think what I'm hearing is that we don't have enough data to support that the fast food piece is successful. I would argue I don't think we have the data to argue that it's not successful. So just trying to think of how we help arbitrate that through some grounding in evidence.
So in the 2024 survey, 31% respondent told us they do not buy single-use bags at drive-through or takeout, and 17% told us they only did it less than 25%. So that was the indicator that people have a good portion of residents have already adapted to this bylaw.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, maybe, you know, just keeping that in mind for the next report. But I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
But I'm just seeing the part two, we still need to change the wording on that for third quarter. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I guess I'm looking for a definition of fast food restaurant, because it seems that it's being defined whether or not they've got a drive-through. But what about those same restaurant chains that have, like in a food court?
I think, Councillor, that's exactly the challenge of trying to divide that out. Like, you know, this type of service is delivered in so many different segments. It is, you know, or in different manners. It's very different, very difficult to pull apart. And where to find that line between those, is it, I don't know, I could think of a dozen different examples of that might cause challenges about how to divide that.
Okay, so I think it's, I don't know, I guess, like now that Mayor Knack's motion is off there talking about drive-throughs and that, I guess, yeah, I guess that is my question, is can we define it? And it sounds like we can't. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. So just the amendment to the subsequent is not quite ready, but given that this is a subsequent motion, can we do this at the end of the meeting? And this way we can at least get to the public speakers on the next item before noon. Councillor Elliott, I'm wondering if you're amenable to that.
Absolutely, Chair. It's not a problem.
Great, thank you so much. So we'll just table this for now. I know some folks are working on wording, and then we'll just move on to 7.2 with administration presentation and the members of the public. Hopefully we can get to the questions to the member of public as well. Okay, so thank you so much. I'll wait for you guys to switch delegation. And I keep hearing the chime. I feel like it's telling us something. Time to get on it. Okay, great. I think everyone's settled. This is 7.2 three-stream communal collection program. I turn it over to administration.
Okay, good morning. So this is just the intro to our second presentation. This is on the three-stream communal collection program. So this is in response to a council motion back in 2025. So still we have Chris and Ryan to my right, and we've added in Vahid as well, who's our program director of the communal waste transformation program. So I'll hand it over to Chris for the rest of the presentation here.
Sharing a mic here, so yeah, thank you for the slide there. You know, in July 2025, Council made a motion for an update on the three-stream communal collection program rollout. The communal program, when complete, will provide the opportunity for all residents living in apartments and condos the ability to sort their waste into food scraps, garbage, and recycling. We appreciate the opportunity to return today to share share an update based on this motion. Next slide, please. This timeline shows the progress of the three-stream rollout for all residential waste collection, starting in 2019 with the approval of the 25-year waste strategy and ending with the completion of the communal rollout at the end of 2027. The 25-year waste strategy overarching goal is to divert 90% of waste from landfill. The waste strategy goals and use of waste as a resource are aligned with City Council's strategic goal of climate resilience, as set out in Connect Edmonton, and is linked further to the updated energy transition strategy and the environmental protection aspect of the corporate business plan. Next slide, please. The primary goal of the communal program is to encourage and provide the opportunity for residents to separate their food scraps and recycling from garbage, leading to more waste being diverted from landfill. This goal is supported by the principles of right-sizing container volume and container co-location, providing equal access to all streams. Prior to rollout, garbage collection was provided to all apartments and condos, but recycling collection was voluntary and only offered to properties by request. In the program, each site received new containers for food scraps, and most sites received increased recycling volume, leading to a reduced garbage allocation. To provide three-stream collection, the composition of waste generated at communal homes was looked into, and a 30% buffer added to the planned volume. This reflects the expectation that garbage collected no longer contains the same volumes of recycling and food scraps. The allocation in each property does reflect the number of units on the property. Next slide, please. For the rollout of the communal program, the city was divided into 4 quadrants, with each area being designated a full calendar year to complete the rollout to all apartments and condos within that quadrant. In 2026, we are moving into the yellow area, which is the southwest side. The phased approach divided the city into digestible pieces, making the project manageable. This ensured focused support for property managers and residents and allowed for continuous improvement based on feedback from residents, property managers, and our staff. Next slide, please. I'll share a quick overview of the rollout process. It begins with site assessment and determining allocation. Our staff visit each site to identify the waste container placement. The recommended location is shared with the account holders before container delivery. Allocation is determined based on the number of units at the site. This leads to the delivery of the waste containers, kitchen pails, and education packages, each of which arrive within a day of one another. Along with the kitchen pail, each home at the site also receives a what goes where poster and an information booklet to help residents start positive sorting habits. We follow with education. The first round of education occurs 2 to 3 weeks following the delivery of the kitchen pails. Waste educators knock on every door seeking to connect with residents to answer any questions regarding their use and to support them in supporting and sorting their recycling. Many of the educators speak a second language. If the door is not answered, a door hanger with program information is left behind. A second round of education follows typically 4 to 5 weeks after the initial visit. The second round focuses on the units that didn't answer the door the first time and residents who haven't committed to sort their waste. Finally, within this, we continue to offer outreach and support, and canvassers will return upon property manager request. Next slide, please. The support and cooperation of property managers is crucial to the success of the project. Their role in all elements of the rollout, from bin delivery to resident education, is paramount. The city provides extensive and accessible support for property managers throughout the transition to the new system. Our supports include one-on-one meetings with the project team if requested, educational videos and printed guides specifically for property managers, a dedicated email address for property site decision makers to contact the team, annual in-person and virtual information sessions, posters and other print resources, an updated website specifically for property managers, an apartment and condo newsletter with project updates, and all of these supports are bolstered by the ability to connect with our waste inspectors or the project team. Next slide, please. Waste Services recognizes that many residents require time and supports to adjust to new habits. Having this awareness, we were intentional about the planning of how this program was to be introduced to apartments and condos. As a result, an in-depth public outreach strategy was developed. The key point of the strategy is having canvassers visit each site twice. When speaking with residents at their door, the canvassers ask for the residents' commitment to sort their waste. The resident commitment plays an important role in creating positive social norms around waste sorting, allowing neighbors to model proper waste sorting behavior. This commitment takes the form of their name, initials, or unit number being written on a sticker that reads, "I sort my waste," which is then added to a poster typically hung in a high traffic area, such as a building lobby or waste sorting room for maximum visibility. The sum of our efforts to support residents includes the food scraps pail and educational material, regular virtual information sessions, educational videos specifically for residents, signage and ads, our dedicated website and the WasteWise app, and the opportunity to contact 311 and the waste customer support teams. Next slide, please. Since rollout began, we've seen the tons of correctly sorted waste, sorted recycling increase, and have also collected over 4,700 tons of food scraps. Both these stats mean that more waste is being diverted from landfill. This is excellent, as it's one of the main goals of the program. To gain information about sorting habits, a 4-season waste audit was conducted as a point of reference prior to rollout to determine the percentage of diverted materials in the garbage stream. To date, we have completed 3 seasons of waste audits post-rollout, giving us some insight to sorting behavior. The 2025 study shows that we're making significant progress in getting both food scraps and EcoStation items out of the garbage stream. This sees the percentage of garbage increasing in the black bin. It's one of the few times when it's good to see garbage increasing, as we should see 100% in the garbage stream. We did also note an increase in recycling in the garbage stream composition as well. This is partially attributed to the recent recycling program changes that residents are still adapting to, since more materials are accepted in recycling with the launch of the regulation. We're continuing to work with property managers and the Producer Responsibility Organization on improving recycling education and sorting, and are expecting this to improve. Next slide, please. We are committed to continuous improvement and providing excellent service throughout the rollout. Along the way, we've made numerous program adjustments based on feedback from staff, residents, and property managers. To address the issue of overflowing bins, we developed the excess waste program to support the transition from old sorting habits. We also provided 2 rounds of education, with additional rounds available upon request by property managers. For location and space constraints, we added the container sharing program and split bins as a container option. Building access has been an ongoing challenge for both the pail delivery team and the education team. We've developed a variety of strategies to help strengthen communication and trust with property managers. These include key fob lending agreements, along with detailed and specific building access protocols for our educators. As you'll note, education and communication are woven throughout, as these are key parts when providing ongoing support. Occasionally, specific sites or buildings will have low door answer rates. If this is the case, the education team will adjust accordingly for the second round of education and go at a different time. Sometimes the team will even return to the same site twice in one night, once at the beginning of the shift and again at the end. The team has occasionally worked on Saturdays, but typically canvasses between 3 and 8 p.m. on weekdays. Next slide, please. Waste Services has heard from property managers and residents that illegal dumping is an ongoing issue, and we continue to work on solutions for apartments and condos. The problem of illegal dumping at apartments and condos has been recognized for decades and across municipalities. Previously, it was managed through unlimited waste bin pickups. This system created an abundance of excess waste being sent to landfill, but not a change in behavior. Our experience is that solutions to illegal dumping must be tailored to the specific property. Some common remedies can be quickly delivered, though, such as adding locks or moving the bins to a location on site with less public access. Next slide, please. During the approval of the multi-unit business case, we committed to exploring strategies that could reduce illegal dumping at apartments and condos. The first 2 recommendations from our study relate to the ability to do the right thing with your waste and not illegally dump it to become someone else's problem. These include investigating new programs such as large item collection, and to review the ease of access our existing waste drop-off programs such as the EcoStations and Big Bin Vans. The third recommendation focused on knowing the right thing to do and would be supported by increased education and awareness. We are completing our assessment of cost and operational feasibility and will then seek to move forward as we know this continues to be an issue for residents and property managers. So for our next steps, we'll provide ongoing waste outreach for residents, review the feedback we receive and make program adjustments to improve service. We'll conduct regular waste characterization studies to assess waste sorting and to continue to monitor diversion rates. We'll also send a project summary memo to Council in 2028 after the rollout is completed. That's all we've got to share, and we're ready for your questions.
Great, thank you. Mr. Beckett, do you have any commentary you'd like to share?
No.
Okay, great, thank you. So we'll go to our first speaker, Donna Monkhouse. I think you're online. Are you there?
Yep, here I am.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. I have a slideshow. I have a slide presentation.
Yes, I think the clerks are working to get them up. But please go ahead.
There we go. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. My name is Donna Monkhouse, Executive Director of the Alberta Residential Landlord Association. Thank you for the opportunity to present the results of our recent Waste Services Impact Survey, representing feedback from owners and managers of over 60,000 multifamily homes across Edmonton. We also recently sent a letter to all of council with respect to our findings. We don't want to discount what the City of Edmonton Waste Department has been doing, but there's still issues that need to be resolved. Next slide, please. 3 primary themes emerged. First, widespread operational challenges. Second, notable financial strain caused by rising waste-related expenses. And third, gaps in communication, clarity, and responsiveness from City Waste Services during and after transition. Next slide, please. Capacity issues. The survey revealed challenges following the rollout. 87% reported the garbage bins are now overflowing on a regular basis, with 84% also observing waste accumulating outside designated enclosures. These issues stem from reductions in bin size and pickup frequency, changes that appear misaligned with actual waste output. Staff and residents often struggle with insufficient space, resulting in unsanitary overflow conditions, tenant frustrations, and reputational impacts on building operators. Next slide, please. Survey findings show that multifamily operators have experienced substantial increases in operational and maintenance responsibilities since the rollout. 84% reported increased staff time required to manage waste. 72% of buildings saw increased cleaning and janitorial needs. 39% have seen worsening pest conditions. Operational challenges intensify around holiday and peak waste periods when collection schedules shift or pickups fall behind, forcing building staff to compensate. Multifamily buildings require adaptable service models and consistent, reliable waste collection to prevent disruptions that affect both residents and property managers. Next slide, please. 79% indicated that they have incurred new or increased operational costs as a direct result of the rollout. Notably, 40% of surveyed operators now spend more than $10,000 annually on waste-related expenses beyond their previous budgets. These cost increases are primarily driven by the need for private waste hauling and additional city pickups. We note that there are times when the waste does not get picked up due to no access, mostly by way of snow or ice. These areas then need to be cleaned by the property manager and the garbage removed before the city will pick up on a later date. Next slide, please. Respondents expressed concerns about gaps in communication throughout the rollout process. There's a disconnect between the city's messaging and the operational needs of the multifamily housing providers. 81% of respondents contacted Waste Services seeking assistance, but many reported inconsistent responses, difficult coordinating with multiple departments, or delayed follow-up. Next slide, please. Survey participants identified several key adjustments that would help, favored by 48% in slowing the reduction of waste capacity to better align service changes with actual waste generation. 42% strongly support reinstating roll-up bin options. 37% would like to see the transitional grace period that includes supplemental service during peak demand or adjustment phases. Overall, 67% believe the roll-up timeline and capacity reduction strategy were not appropriate for the complexities of multifamily housing. Next slide, please. We offer several recommendations. First, the city should increase waste pickup frequency at sites experience persistence overflow, provided at no additional cost. Second, the city should permit the use of larger waste bins or reinstate roll-off bins for high-density buildings and those that generate greater waste volumes. Third, implementing a transition period with supplemental waste collection to help buildings adapt to the new system. Fourth, better communication coordination with landlords and property managers is essential. Improve the communication between departments such as planning and development and waste administration, which causes lengthy delays for new developments and inadequate waste removal. Consider providing greater service flexibility, including allowing multifamily buildings to source private waste providers when city service levels do not meet their operational needs. Finally, continual education efforts targeting residents would help improve compliance with sorting rules and reduce contamination. Together, these recommendations form a practical framework for improving service delivery while supporting the city's environmental objectives. Arlen and its members, next slide. Arlen and its members fully support the city's environmental goals. However, the current model is not functioning effectively for multifamily housing, and in many cases is creating unintended health, safety, and financial risks. We welcome a collaborative path to create a waste system that is both environmentally responsible and operationally realistic. And thank you so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Next speaker, we have Scott Sable. If you can come up to the podium. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Scott Seibel with Oak Point Developments. We own and operate multiple multifamily buildings here in Edmonton, and we have hundreds of residents. I wanted to be here today to share our experiences and concerns regarding the city's three-stream garbage collection program over the last year. Please understand that we fully support the waste management and their needs to reduce the landfill impact. Over the last 5 years, I've participated in workshops and meetings, including virtual sessions in 2020 and in-person discussions in 2023. At these meetings, I raised my concerns about bin number and placement, particularly in our downtown properties where space is very limited. I suggested we could try to go with a multi-compartment bin for properties that can accommodate multiple bins. We were told at that time Waste Management would work with us to resolve these issues when the time came. The reality is, it's been different this last year. We faced several ongoing challenges at a few of our sites, and it seems that this is how it is. One of our issues is bin placement and space issues. Many of our buildings were built in the 70s and 80s, leaving limited space. So far, installing 3 bins per property has caused blocking parking and created safety concerns, such as trying to get out of the parking stall without visibility issues. We're now seeing property damage by city trucks. Trucks are now having to drive onto our property and damaging a concrete pad at one location, and we're starting to see ruts forming in some of our parking lots where we just had spent a bunch of money repairing all of these parking lots. This is not feasible. We now have to install post signage and keys to all of our tenants to help prevent tipping and dumping of these thefts of the smaller scrap bins, which seems to have solved that problem. Illegal dumping and costs. Despite investing heavily in surveillance cameras to catch illegal dumpers, property owners cover the cleanup, trucking, landfill fees. Fees issued by the bylaw officers go to the city. The offender's information is only released once they've either paid the ticket or the court made a decision, leaving property owners to bear the burden. Other issues, over the last 4 months at one of our sites, we've had overflow issues. We've never had this before. To be honest, we've had to implement, with the new garbage being every 2 weeks has really caused an issue, especially at this one building. The last time we had this issue was over the Christmas holidays. We had our inspector initially claim that the bin had been collected by his GPS. I then likely went over our camera footage to find out that it never came. The next excuse was, due to the alley and the snow, they couldn't. We actually cleared the alley of the snow and the bin could be picked up, and if we didn't, it would have been nearly a month for the next pickup. Additional burdens to property owners. We're having to lock our bins. We're now dealing with frozen locks, tenants' complaints, weekly maintenance around these bins, and in the one case we had to do snow removal in the city's alley. All responsibilities that fall on us, and this is a program that's done by the city. In short, property owners are bearing the cleanup cost and repairs, spending time and money managing these bins, subsidizing enforcement for illegal dumping while the city collects the fines, paying higher fees than a commercial clients with no service choices. Again, we understand and support the waste management goals, but the current system places an unfair burden on property owners. Possible solutions include no fees for extra pickups caused by illegal dumping, multiple compartment bins for space-limited properties, policy changes allowing property owners to recover cleanup and dumping costs from the fines that the city has issued and collected. The current program and how the bylaw enforcement works is unfair, shifting time and cost to the property owners to deal with. We urge the city to consider adjustments, especially for space-limited sites where extra pickups may be needed due to bin sizes or illegal dumping. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Great, thank you so much, Scott. The third speaker, we have Kyle Taylor from Boardwalk. Are you online?
I sure am.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for having me. My name is Kyle Taylor. I am the landscape coordinator for Boardwalk for Northern Alberta. And a lot of the points that I actually did want to speak on were already covered by the previous two speakers, but I can jump into a few of the pinch points that we've noticed over the past 3 years. I'll start off by saying that I have been working with Vahid and his team, and the waste management team is great. I know they've been working very, very hard to try to make sure this rollout works well for everyone, but we have noted on about 25% of our sites that have now had the 3-tier rollout, we're still having issues 2 years later. So the big one has been the volume allocation. And to address that, I'd like to dig into the fact that allocation is based on number of units for a property, not the residents for the property. So any of our towers that focus on 1 to 2 bedroom apartments will have the same allocation as our properties that offer 3 to 4 bedroom townhouses. The waste produced by these properties is different, and allocating the volumes based on suite door, it's starting to show. After 2 years, the 25% of our properties that are having issues, typically just they have more of our members up. Another one is the preemptive reduction of waste volume. So I know that it was touched on that there's a transition period. I know a lot of our properties where we have seen a 75% reduction over what was offered historically. A 12-week, I think it's 12 or 16-week transition period is offered, but that is just not enough time to change our members' habits. Not to mention now with the third year of rollout, we've noticed that the city has actually preemptively reduced our volumes without contacting property managers or our members. So to hit a 50% reduction as expected for most properties on 3-tier, any of our properties that were at 75% had the volume cut down without notifying Boardwalk. So that created a lot more negative surveys. We even have noted a few move-out reports that are detailing the issues with the new waste system as a reason for move-out. So, you know, there's a few different issues that we're worried about for the next phase of rollout going into the Southwest. And then also for some of the properties that have had the rollout now for 2 years. So one area that we were looking at is initially before the rollout into multifamily residential, there were discussions, or at least on the Waste Changes website, looking into how the definition of residential versus commercial waste is going to be applied. And with Boardwalk, we do have commercial members as well. So any of our properties where there are convenience stores, hairdressers, in their contracts, we have signed on to take on the waste responsibilities. So as per the city, we have to now get commercial bins for them, and yet our residents, we cannot get commercial bins. So it does create a few more issues, being able to balance where are we residential, where are we commercial, and how do we explain this to our members. Another point was the excess waste program. The ability to sign on was great to have that roll out. I do just question the volume allocations initially. If now we are we can sign on for a up to 50% volume additionally that is going to be ongoing. So it just added a few more questions that has been brought up by our team internally on were the volumes being given correct initially, if now we can sign on ongoing for an extra pickup with a payment and schedule it in for the rest of the year. So these were just concerns brought up by our members and some of our leaders across the city. So I want to be able to join in and share them with everybody here. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you all very much for being here. I think we're going to strive to ask questions to the speakers, and then we can release you so you don't have to come back for the afternoon. Maybe I will start. I understand, Councillor Stevenson, you don't have any questions. So I think the three of you have obviously brought up some really big common issues that we'll be ready to ask administration on. Maybe so I'll start with you, Donna. Can I just get an understanding? So prior to the three-stream rollout, with the properties, you hire your private contractors, and do they haul like everything, garbage, recycling, but also mattresses, refrigerators?
If that was part of the contract with the private haulers, yes.
So it's different from.
It was site specific. Yeah, it was site specific. So
Gotcha.
absolutely.
Okay.
So yeah, when I did it, I did that. I had them all take everything.
Right, okay. So for some of those residents, because we're seeing lots of these really large items, they're not taking them to eco-stations. They're treating it the same pattern as what it was before, so that hasn't changed. And then you mentioned the increased pickup and the larger waste bin, and Kyle mentioned the excess waste program. Are your members familiar with the excess waste program? Because that was one of the change that happened through feedback.
Yeah, we share that with our members regularly. We share all their newsletters. We share updates on it all the time with our membership.
Yeah.
The excess waste is great, but like Kyle said, it's just another cost as to why can't we just have the regular, the same service we had before?
Right.
So we're paying for excess waste when the bins were made smaller. We can't do as much pickup, or they don't do as much pickup. So now we need more pickups.
So with the 25-year waste strategy, part of the goal is also waste reduction, but it seems like that is not really being achieved in the multi-unit properties, right?
Not what we can see so far.
Right, gotcha. Kyle, maybe just come to you quickly. For that transition period, 12 weeks is not enough. What do you think is an appropriate timeline?
Honestly, it depends on the volume being reduced. How can anybody reduce 75% of their waste in 12 weeks? And again, the education is great, but we're talking about changing habits, and I really can't speak on that. If we're looking at a 50% reduction, I would think 6 months would make more sense. But again, when you're looking at multifamily residential, a 12 or a 24-month lease, would have to be looking at re-education again anyway. But I do think just 12 weeks is not long enough.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Scott, if you don't mind coming up here real quick. So your properties are mostly downtown?
We got 3 downtown and then 1 in the university area and
but those are like in the last year or so, right?
Yep.
Do you know if any of them have accessed some of these programs that these guys were talking about in terms of excess waste?
We've had the visits from when we first went over, or when the first program first rolled out, we had people coming in to talk to our tenants and things like that. But like he was mentioning, you get tenants that are changing. Well, what happens when the new tenants come in? Now we're trying to explain to them how the garbage works and this and that. So.
Right. I guess, do you see a role for property managers to help with that education?
We try our best. In our case, we've actually installed posts with signage for the green
I've seen
bins,
those, yeah.
Things like that. We try to do what we can, but at the end of the day, we're paying for a premium service, and we're doing some of the work, which kind of irritates us.
Mm-hmm.
Where we're dealing with bins overfull. I make a phone call. And it's like, oh, you want extra pin pickup? It's going to cost you this. Well, we might as well just come in with our trailer, grab the garbage and remove it. And in most cases, the extra garbage isn't refrigerators or mattress, things like that. It's actual physical garbage bags.
Yeah, yes, for sure. There was a campaign previously that showed a lot of the dumping. That's the big
We
items,
still have
right?
that issue with that, but I mean, that's just something we've dealt with and we deal with it.
Okay, so you deal with that separately. And then, thank you, that's it for you. But lastly, Donna, since you're more kind of at the association level, do you have a cost range of what your members are paying extra for the pickup themselves?
But every extra pickup cost, I am not sure what that is, you guys.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure if you're getting that kind of, no, sorry, I'm
Oh, I
talking
have
about
the
people.
information, just not right at my hands.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you all
sorry.
again very much for sharing that perspective. We've received some letters from other multi-unit housing associations, lots of similar themes that we're prepared to ask administration about. So thank you all again.
Thank you.
We are 4 minutes to noon, so I think maybe we'll save the questions to administration for after lunch. Okay, thank you all, and we are on recess. Okay, it is 1:30. I'll call this meeting back to order. Start with a roll call. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Councillor Morgan.
Afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Great. Okay. And online we have, I believe, Mayor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe.
Sorry, Councillor Wright is here.
Right. And then-
Hello.
Hello. Okay, I think that's, and Councillor Rutherford. Okay, I think I got everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so just a bit of an agenda management before we start. I understand, Councillor Elliott, you had to be away for the later half. So we're wondering if we should just bring forward the subsequent motion for 7.1 first, deal with that, and then wrap up 7.2. Is that okay with administration? So that way we can, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, that sounds great.
Okay, and then that way we can be sure to, that Councillor Elliott is here for the debate and for that vote, okay? Okay, wonderful. So I think we did wrap up on questions, so we'll just go straight to the amendment. Okay, Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So I'd like to move an amendment to the motion that's on the floor. So I'll move that administration return to Utility Committee with a report on the completed waste characterization study, including recommendations, impacts, and implications of potential amendments to revised Charter Bylaw 20117 single-use item reduction bylaw informed by the results of the study. And that would be due the same due date, the June 22nd, 2026, to Utility Committee.
Okay, great. So we have the amendment on the table. Do you want to introduce?
Sure. Just a brief introduction. I appreciate the original motion that was put forward. For me, this is just about making sure that we are taking a data-informed approach when it comes to making any potential changes. So I think this is, for me, it's about timing as well. So being able to fully complete the waste characterization study and have administration come back with any potential recommendations or adjustments at that time still allows us to be able to make that decision sequentially.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this amendment? If there isn't any, I invite folks to sign up to speak.
Are we able to, we might not be able to get the waste characterization study done for the June 22nd date.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I think the original motion was actually slated for Q3. So can you please clarify that?
Apologies. Yes. Would love to be able to work within administration's timelines. So if we could get that changed, that'd be awesome.
So I guess, okay, maybe my question then is Q3, or is there another one?
Q3 would be great.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's move it to Q3.
Or October utility committee date. Either one. I think that, well, that's in.
Okay. October. Either one works. Okay. Councillor Stevenson, 2 questions or to speak? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much to the mover for bringing this amendment forward. I think it's a good balance of, addressing some of the questions and concerns that were raised earlier, but ensuring that, again, we remain really rooted in the evidence. So, I think we heard some of the limitations that administration faces with waste characterization. However, I think there is a way to compile the different information sources that are available in terms of surveys, feedback from businesses, and feedback from Edmontonians to really help answer this question. For me, it's important, just for my intent of approving or supporting this today, is that my expectation is that administration is coming back with their best technical advice. This is not direction to prepare any amendments or to recommend amendments if that's not administration's perspective. So I think this is a great way forward, and appreciate the mover putting it on. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm on the board. I'll just say a few words. First, I must only just speak once on this amendment and also to the original motion. I really appreciate both the original mover and the amender. Believe it or not, we always talk about what have we heard on the campaign trail. Believe it or not, I heard more about the brown bags at the fast food than I heard about infill, which I know can be a little bit shocking, and then that I think probably has changed since then. But it was a really big issue in my ward, and one of the things I did commit to is that I want to see what happens with the waste characterization study, and then figure and adjust if we need to. And I think to my points on the earlier item, when I mentioned that we do take a whole system approach. There are lots of programs and levers. We're not just relying on one thing to accomplish the goals that we need to. And if one of those things needs some adjustment, I am open to that. And I think I feel like based on some of the things I've observed as someone who used drive-through sometimes, businesses hand me a brown bag that without charging me all the time. And so maybe we're not hearing it as much is because businesses are just like they're not changing their behavior, and we're not seeing the enforcement side of things either. And I'm questioning whether we're actually having that impact. There's lots of objectives and goals in the waste strategy. If this one thing can also help Edmontonians come on board further with the rest of the strategy, I think it's worth exploring. And finally, I know there has been lots of information, even misinformation out there about what this waste strategy does and doesn't do. I think there's even other waste products that we could spend time on that we're not, that I think will have even more negative impact than the brown bags at restaurant and fast food. I also want to speak to, earlier the mayor wanted to kind of separate restaurant that offers takeout and then fast food that offers takeout, and I just think operationally it's really hard to really sort those out. And when people order Uber, there's a brown bag that comes with it, and I am okay with looking at that as a single class. So I just want to be really clear is that I am very open to amending this particular component if we want to see the success for the rest of the bylaw in Edmonton. So I do look forward to the rest of the study. I think after 3 seasons, I have a feeling of how it's going to go, but I look forward to seeing the whole data set and to see if there's any ways we can adjust and bring everyone along. Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Sorry, before we move on, maybe clarify, Councillor Salvador, is this to delete and replace Councillor Elliott's motion? If so, we'll just need to add some additional wording to the motion, and then we would first vote on the delete and replacement of the motion, and then the motion itself.
Yes.
I think it's substantial enough that it is, yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
A fairly big change from the first one, so procedurally, whatever we need to do that.
Okay, thank you. We'll update the wording on the screen.
Okay, and it combines essentially parts 1 and 2 together. Yes. Okay, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the mover in regards to the amendments and trying to acquire more information. And I always say more information is better when making a determination of which way we should or should not go. But I also look at, I believe that I'll say the subtle, I'll use the word subtle. I know it's very subjective. Subtle change in regards to the removal of the cost associated to the bag, I think can be more impactful for all Edmontonians, regardless of the outcome of the report. Because if the report comes back and, we still have, 100% compliance for everything, and we've seen a massive decrease, that's something to be applauded and something to be, we should take a great win into it. I still don't like the fact that when we talk about the affordability issue for all Edmontonians and knowing that we are charging Edmontonians for a bag, that's where I have the difficulty with how the bylaw currently stands. And so I'll probably be a game time decision whether I support or don't. But at the end of the day, more information is always better for that too. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Knack?
Thank you very much, Councillor Tang. Appreciate this amendment. I think I was likely going to support the original motion. But I am comfortable with this because I think what I feel about this is that this particular part of what the original mover of the original motion was going to make, to Councillor Tang's point, like it is something I hear a lot about, and I used the description to someone else over the break that this will sound like an odd comparison, but I'm going to actually compare this to photo radar. Let me explain what I mean. Photo radar, I think, is an effective tool, and we have clear data that shows it's an effective tool. U of A's actually studied it, we've seen it, we know it, so I'm happy to go out and defend that to the public about why we support that. The fast food bag piece in particular, I'm not sure I have enough good data to inform whether that should stay around. And with the frustration it causes people, I do worry about that broader impact to our overall waste diversion goals. There's a little bit to Councillor Elliott's point, is that there is an argument, potentially, depending on the data, that this actually might cost us less, the Edmontonians less overall, through our waste management system, through our landfills, than the bag charge. But I don't know that yet. So I'm willing to wait a little bit to see that, but if there can't be good evidence, and I know it's tough, so I appreciate it's hard to put that on administration, but truly I think if we want to get buy-in for our ongoing work in this, we need to be able to show our work, and so there does need to be something more, or else when this comes back, I would likely just support what Councillor Elliott was originally going to put forward. There's been good information in this report about a lot of other areas we've made improvements on, and I appreciate even the retail bag piece, which includes this, but we don't have that differentiation, and again, it's hard, I get it. But we have to bring folks along for this. I mean, for myself, I'm so cheap that I will never, and it converted me. Like, I'm so cheap, I bring a bag with me everywhere I go, including for fast food. And I will forever and always do that because it actually did help me realize like how useless that bag is in a lot of cases. Like in many cases it was grab from the window and immediately take food out of the bag and then it's on the floor of the car until it either gets the recycle bin or compost depending on the situation. And so this actually did help me, but I think I'm probably the nerdy exception to the rule. And the vast majority of people aren't thinking about this specific piece with that level of nerdiness, let's put it that way. So thanks for the amendments, but yeah, I'm offering that to administration and just flagging it for my colleagues as well, that when this comes back, if there's not good information, I'll be ready to support Councillor Elliott's motion around this when the time comes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Morgan?
To say that, like, I don't know if I'm talking close enough to this, my frustration is that this information isn't here already, and maybe I'm learning my relatively short tenure here that the wheels of government take time to do things around here, but you know, I've been hearing about it. I heard about it at the doors during the election. I keep getting emails and social media posts and comments about this particular item that Councillor Elliott is pushing forward. And I spoke with my council colleagues, some of my council colleagues, very early on in my tenure about this, and I was kind of expecting this information today. So that's my frustration. More information is always better and being informed. And so I will likely support this subsequent, but hesitantly and with great frustration. So and if I don't get the information in the third quarter, again, I'll be supporting the work that the motion that that Councillor Elliott has put forward. So, thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Salvador to close. Okay, great. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried, 5-1. Okay, so we'll return back to item 7.2. Oh, sorry, so then we don't have to deal with the original.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Okay, 7.2. It was, we're on questions. So Councillor Stevenson, you selected the item, so you can go first. And I encourage others to sign up.
Sorry, my apologies. To go back to my initial, so we voted to delete and replace. Now we actually vote on the motion itself. Apologies.
Okay, I already did that. Okay, thank you. Okay, can we, Councillor Elliott, is that to speak again?
Apologies, that was to speak to admin on the other
On the
presentation.
other item. Okay, so then if there's no one else to speak, and you don't need to close, let's vote again.
The vote is not populating for me, so I'm a no, please.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, 5-1's been passed. Okay, now we can continue on with item 7.2. Councillor Stevenson, you want to start?
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciate the report and all the work that's going into this. Just want to reflect back some of what I heard. So again, congratulations to the teams. Hearing good feedback in terms of how your teams have been supporting different multifamily properties. I was hoping you could just help me understand some of the resource implications. So some of the suggestions that have come through in terms of having larger bins or more frequent pickups, you know, those all make sense to me. Just wondering how administration is actioning those, and then what limitations you might be facing just in terms of resources.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, the question about larger containers and frequency comes back to the allocation for properties. So with the introduction of this program, we were able to do some studies using our waste characterization study and waste generation information to determine how much of garbage is actually garbage, but how much of it is also recyclables and food scraps materials. So the allocations provided to properties reflect those amounts with a 30% buffer in the garbage for people to build the habits and for the learning curve to occur. What I'm trying to say is that the size and frequency of the container are dependent on that allocation. Those are two levers we can pull. We can change those two, but we try to maintain the allocation to be consistent, based on the number of units.
Okay, yeah, and I think, you know, there was a point raised around, you know, the allocation difference between, let's say, a studio apartment versus like a 4-bedroom townhome. Is that, so when you say, excuse me, that those are levers that you can pull, like are those levers that administration will be looking at in terms of shifting some of that allocation, for example?
So the allocations, the way the allocations are provided are based on unit count, and it's similar to what we do with our curbside program, where every unit is provided a certain amount of allocation, and then they're able to ask for additional allocation, such as with the excess waste program, depending on the needs of that property.
And again, with the excess waste program, does that come at a higher cost?
The excess waste program is a cost recovery program. Properties that sign up for it do need to pay for it, yes, for the cost recovery.
Yeah, because I do struggle a little bit, and I appreciate the desire to standardize methodology. But I think even our utility rates vary between row housing and apartment style units, do they not? Like, wasn't there a harmonization where previously they had been on this, like, more the single family, and now they're being harmonized?
Right, so we charge based on the cost of the service. So if it's a cart, there's a cart-based rate for a small cart or a large cart. On the apartment and condo side, it's based on the bin service. So there is different costing methodologies, but again, they're based on the cost of the service.
And I guess I think, you know, there's always that challenge with sort of averages, I guess, when you're looking at such different housing typologies. And so I do just worry if there is sort of a systemic underestimation of waste in certain housing types. Is that something we can look at at a systemic level rather than the individual properties having to apply?
Councillor, I think the key thing over there is for us to learn about this and understand better those differences. And so when we hear from property managers that there's a difference in the amount of waste generated from the type of housing that they manage, we ask them for more information on that in terms of how much they're observing, how much they have to clean up. Is it actual waste that should belong in the containers, or is it furniture and large items, etc.? And so our commitment is that the program is continuously being reviewed based on information that the city itself collects, but also information that we receive from property managers and the waste characterization study. So I feel at this time it's a bit early.
Okay, no, and that's helpful. And I just want to make sure that you have all the levers. So for example, if there was sort of this pattern of certain typologies having different waste needs, does that have to come back as an amended rate filing, for example?
Yes, that would come back. If we were to introduce a new rate, it would be through this committee.
Okay, and so I guess I don't know that we need to provide that direction, but is it sort of understood that if that's ultimately the solution, that again, if we're seeing consistently this type of housing has more than what is the baseline, what is the word that we've been using? Allocation, sorry, I was like, I knew it started with an A. Is that something that you'll bring forward to us, or do we need to motion for that work to happen? Well, maybe I'll come back because there's dying seconds, but just to leave you with that thought.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I had the same question, so if you want to answer that one.
So that is information that we would come back with if required. Of course, building configuration is malleable, is different. Each building has a different configuration. So that would, if we were to build a rate structure based on the configuration of the building and the units within it, which can change over time, it would be quite complicated and difficult to manage, as well as to enforce and monitor. So there would be challenges with something like that. You know, single-family homes is the same thing. They could be a large single-family home, a small single-family home. So homes, you know, both on the apartment condo side and the single-family home side are very different. A home is not a home. But that's why we offer different programs, right? On the curbside, we have different size carts, and on communal, we provide the regular program with the excess waste program to address that variability.
Right, and I guess just to build on some of those questions, recognizing we're open to, I guess, adapting, and it's important to be able to take tailored approaches. If we are noticing certain trends for certain types of housing, you do have the flexibility and ability to come forward with recommended changes.
We do, yeah, okay. and you know, we shared our commitment to continuous improvement, you know, with the presentation. You know, learning more and finding the right fit for our community so that we can continue to move forward, because this is a big change for this segment of housing, and we're interested in it landing successfully to continue our 25-year journey.
Right, and can you just walk me through? So if there's a desire for, say, a certain property to engage with city staff around a tailored approach, walk me through what that process looks like, and kind of the back and forth.
Sure, thank you, Councillor. As far as supports that we provide to property managers, we send a letter in advance to all IPCOR account holders, which many of them include property managers, and then before our rollout, we actually make an attempt to call them if we have access to them. One of the key fundamental supports that we offer is there is a direct access for property managers to the project team, which Mr. Kyle referred to during his presentation, and they can approach the team with any kind of question or concern or recommendations that they would have, which essentially creates a direct line between us and them and creates an opportunity for dialogue. In fact, since the beginning of the rollout, there have been several items that our project team has been able to adapt and improve based on the feedback that we've received from property managers. So to put it in short, they can reach out to the team based on already established methods, and then we would enter into dialogue with them.
What are those pathways for adaptations based on, you know, various property constraints? Do we have sort of standardized pathways that we try to direct property managers to, or are we literally sort of going to site, sitting down with them and trying to come up with a collaborative solution?
I would say it depends on the concern. Certain concerns we have the experience now with from a rollout that the responses are available and we can kind of provide it to them through email or phone call and let them know, yeah, we understand the concern you perceive you're going to have or you are having. These are some recommendations and solutions that have worked out. And then some of that responsibility needs to be taken by the resident and the property manager. And there are certain things that would be new for us, and that's when we would enter into dialogue with them. As far as meetings are concerned, we either have virtual or we go to their site or, yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you. I also wanted to just ask about illegal dumping. So I'm trying to get a sense of how pervasive this problem is. I know you mentioned in your presentation it's been a decades long problem, of course, and long standing, but do we have any statistics related to occurrence, prevalence, whether it's been increasing, steady?
I wouldn't say we have a ton of data around this. This is something that happens at private properties, so it's something that is dealt with privately or addressed through a 311 issue. But I wouldn't say that all illegal dumpings at multi-unit properties are flagged to us for address.
Right, and so that I'm also clear on the process. So just scenario, multi-family building, a mattress or something, like large scale waste gets dumped in the alley. If that's reported to 311, the onus is, of course, on that property owner to deal with collection, figure out how they're going to dispose of that item. If a ticket is issued, what does that look like? Because that's the concern I often hear, and I'm going to run out of time, but just the property owner sort of being penalized for something they didn't do.
That's okay. I think I can pick up from there. So I made this motion a while back, and a big part of that was I was hearing there's a postcard campaign across the city, but I was getting a lot from residents in my ward. And the postcard, and this campaign was led by CCI, the Condominium Institute. And on the picture, it was a variety of garbage, but predominantly mattress, wooden beams, things that you wouldn't be putting into your black bin, for example. But I think we heard earlier that large items like that, historically, prior to this program being rolled out in multi-unit properties, those properties will hire contractors to pick them up. So now, and I've also had the pleasure of going out with your educators, going door to door and hearing how they're educating people. But it doesn't, they talk about the composting and the sorting, but I didn't necessarily hear anything about large items like that. I guess people are now transitioning from a behavior where previously the contractors pick up everything they put out. Now they have to really figure out where to take their big items in addition to the household stuff. Like what, and similarly, I felt enforcement was a bit of a gap in this report, like the last one, but can you just, like, is it complaint driven predominantly? Like, how do you enforce this?
Maybe just in reply to that, like the work that we've done so far has really identified the issues that we've identified so far relate to accessibility, what to do, where do you take that item so it doesn't just go down the alley to some other, to somewhere else. That's why, one of the recommendations is to do a study of, to understand more, about a large item collection program. So to improve that. The other part of, another one of those recommendations was we have existing programs that are out there through our big bin services or through the EcoStation programs. There's outlets there, but those items aren't making it there. So to look at how do we improve those opportunities so the items get to the right place. They don't just go for a walk down the alley where they're not intended to be. So we believe a lot in accessibility is a part of the opportunity that we can explore.
Yeah, I appreciate the accessibility part, but it still doesn't answer the question about enforcement, right? I mean, it sounds like there isn't any because, I mean, how do you enforce illegal dumping when people just kind of dump something and then run away and there's no cameras or anything like that? What are some thinking behind that component?
In regards to enforcement?
Yeah.
you know, enforcement that sits within the realm of our, you know, the team from community standards. You know, they support that part of it. I know they are active in following up on what's reported, but it is, you know, like people are depositing these items intentionally out of sight. They're not doing it so they're trying to, they're intentionally keeping out of view. It is difficult to follow up on from that perspective. I know they do follow up on concerns, and so I think that we are appropriate in that step, but it's a really hard one to detect. And we believe not only with this, you know, the opportunities that we're considering to improve this in our community isn't to deter as well too. Can we produce toolkits that property managers can utilize to make their sites less of a target for this?
So at the end of the day, it's still sort of education awareness as the primary tool to deal with this problem.
It is, you know, and I think to focus on enforcement in that sense, it's a citywide issue, you know, that occurs in a lot of spots intended to be out of the way. It'd be very difficult to put a lot of resources towards that to see an outcome.
Yeah, I am also wondering if it could be better to take a bit of a cross-departmental, because I feel like everything you're talking about is within what waste can do. And I'm sure you coordinate with no bylaw and standards, but you know, I feel like there needs to be some coordinated action around this. I will leave that for now. Just back to your accessibility thread. I mean, I think you're right. What I've been hearing is that a lot of the residents who are living in multi-unit, sometimes they don't always have cars, so they don't, you know, partly it's an income issue to kind of, or a trailer to bring things to the Big Bin site. So can you talk more about like what does that look like to bring the Big Bin event to residents?
Well, one of the items that we are exploring is that large item collection. You know, like this isn't offered in other communities out there right now, and it takes a variety of, it's delivered in a couple different ways. It could be everything from setting the item at the end of your driveway in a regular collection, kind of something like the grass leaf and yard collection that goes
Kind of like
out.
yard waste, like
Yeah,
twice
exactly.
a season, a
it could be
specialized
like that.
vehicle come and pick up the mattresses.
But then there are other communities out there to deliver. You call and we coordinate the service when we're going to come and pick it up. So there are a few ways to see this served. But again, the idea is you've got an item, and you can't. It's either the accessibility, the barriers to accessibility go downwards by the opportunities that we explore. So
Okay, I will leave it. And sorry, so those are actions that you are doing regardless moving forward.
well, as part of, you know, like our commitment is we're looking at them from an operational feasibility and from a financial implication. Yep.
Okay. I'll come back for a second round because I want to ask about the excess costs for additional pickup on properties that kind of came up earlier. Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. We have some good, we are all digging into the same issues, which is really helpful. I wanted to pick up on the enforcement piece. So a model that we have recently moved to with development services, so they have their business model, which is not a utility, but sort of that cost recovery approach. And we have shifted development enforcement needs into their business model. I was just wondering, and we may have Mr. Beckett weigh in on this as well, but is there a model where some of the enforcement needs are met through utility charges? So that the price of, let's say, having a handful of bylaw officers that you need for sort of inspecting, following up, prosecuting folks who are doing illegal dumping is one of the costs that's factored into the waste utility.
Sure. I'm not sure if that question's to us or to
I'm not sure if that's typical, if that's allowed under a utility model, but interested in your thoughts.
Oh, it's allowed. As long as it's based on the cost of providing the service and it's not unduly discriminatory, it's a candidate for a published rate. So you can always do that. Okay. What I'm hearing here is that I think there's some rate design issues that need to be addressed, where I believe some of these customers might want to be able to choose the level of service that they're getting in recognition of the different costs. I chose to accept a smaller black bin because of the cost saving, and I recognize that with that every once in a while I've got more garbage than I can put into that bin. And if that continued on, I would switch to a larger bin. So I think that kind of flexibility in rate design might be something that could be looked at to address some of these issues. If a property is constrained in the size of bins that they can deploy, then they might want to go for an option that has weekly pickup instead of every second week. And again, that's something that can be done on a cost of service basis. But you have to keep it workable. You can't have a separate rate for every customer.
Of course, yeah. No, thank you. Those are really helpful insights. So maybe I'll follow both of those threads. So yeah, maybe to Mr. Beckett's point. So I'm understanding right now there's a sort of the baseline service, and then people can opt in for an excess piece, as opposed to property managers sort of having a menu, and not an extensive menu, but a few options to pick from as households are able to do. And I wonder, even just from a psychological perspective, it feels different to sort of have to pay more for excessive, like you're adding on, rather than from the start being able to sort of select an option that you think will work for your building. Is that something that the administration would consider?
Councillor, when this report was presented to Council for approval in a few years ago, one of the things to present was a variable pricing program details.
Okay.
Our commitment at the time was to wait for the rollout to be done so we can better understand these elements of what variability would require and then introduce that.
Ah, okay. So do you feel that, I think, again, if my memory serves, we're sort of well on to implementation. Do you think there's enough data collected now that some of that refinement can start sort of midstream? Or are you still recommending sort of completing the full rollout to 2027, and then adjusting from there? Just wondering if it helps smooth the second half of implementation to do some of that work up front.
So we have already started with the variable price model with introducing the excess waste program. So yes, of course, we're at any point in time we're happy to address program issues and look at different issues. If it's variable pricing or different service-based pricing, absolutely.
Okay, well, that's really exciting, and I could see that being a helpful communication tool even with some of the property owners, just so that they feel that there's more agency or there's more flexibility. Again, recognizing the work that you're already doing, which I think is really excellent. And then just really quickly, do you think that there is a possibility of exploring this notion of enforcement resources?
Yes, there is, and I guess I would share, it's early, still continues to be early in this process. Like we're just reaching 60% of rollout across the city. Like it is, it's been 2 years. I recognize that as well too, but we haven't even, it hasn't been fully deployed across the entire city. So, and we've shown the commitment about, how to adjust to things as it's growing and as it changes. And, that interest continues even when the program rollout is complete. So, to find the right fit for our community, yes, that interest continues.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. So just on the opportunities for rate design and variable pricing, so recognizing we have the excess waste program right now, can you just clarify for me, are there sort of next steps then, or other programs and opportunities that are in development or in the works, so like I guess tangible programs that are on the horizon?
Councillor, for a program to be successful, we also need to look at the characterization and the sorting behaviors. And our current waste characterization study showed that there's still a lot of non-items that belong in the garbage stream. And so to have a program that is in fact effective and doesn't discourage proper behavior, we also need to see that sorting is improving. So these two things go hand in hand, and hence why, in addition, other than the excess waste program and a couple of other, perhaps not smaller, but less popular programs, other programs are not in plan yet because we're focusing on the education and the sorting piece.
Okay, but as you mentioned, since they're happening sort of in tandem, and in parallel, as we do start to gain a greater understanding, as we do start to see, I guess, more education happening and results because of that, we can start to look at what those next iterations of programs might be to better support the overall approach, right?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. That's good to hear. I do have a motion related to illegal dumping. And if it's an appropriate time, I'll put that on the floor. Okay, so at this time, I will move that administration provide a report with evaluation of recommendations to aid the reduction of illegal dumping and program options to address impacts at apartments and condos as included in the March 9th, 2026 City Operations Report, CO03144, Three-Stream Communal Collection Program, due June 22nd, 2026 to Utility Committee.
Okay, great. Do you want to just take a couple minutes to introduce?
For sure. Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this today. Been thinking a lot about this topic and trying to find, what's the best way to further advance this work. And what I've learned is it sounds like a lot of that work is happening in the background, and the intention of this report is really to provide us with an opportunity to have more of a focus on illegal dumping. I appreciate that there was a section included in this report, but I'd really appreciate an opportunity for a more focused discussion. When it comes to our approach to illegal dumping, completely agree that proactive is always better, right? Having opportunities for large item collection, supporting property owners with locks and bin orientation, and the tailored approaches that we heard about today is all deeply important. At the same time, I think that we can reduce instances but not eliminate them, which is why I just wanted to be explicit about including some program options to address impacts in conjunction with our proactive approaches. Yeah, and I think that's mostly it, but my understanding is that we haven't had a report on illegal dumping in particular in a really long time, and administration can probably clarify if anyone's curious how long it has been. But given what I'm hearing from community members and property owners in the area that I represent, I do think it's a worthwhile discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the motion. I know there's a number of suggestions that have come from various community groups, but the illegal dumping keeps coming up as a pretty persistent topic. Maybe first to the mover, do you see this as exclusive to apartments and condos, or is this a bit broader, given that illegal dumping happens in a lot of places?
Yeah, that is a great question. So the way that it's worded right now does specify apartments and condos, and that's in connection to the report that's in front of us today. I think that would be a really good question to see if there might be an opportunity to broaden it.
Well, yeah, and before I go to administration, I guess I'm just curious, we talk a lot about reviewing rate design to incorporate, say, enforcement, but if there's that component to this, then it'll be quite specific to the rate of multi-units, right?
Yeah.
Thoughts around that before I jump to you? Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, it's an issue I hear about across the board.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Not just at multifamily apartments and condos. So, very, very open to taking a broader approach. Just don't know what the implications necessarily would be on admin side.
Mr. McEwen?
Yeah, I was going to say how I would interpret this was definitely contained to the issues that we're seeing. Like in apartments and condos, but what we could do is also broaden this to include things like enforcement. And if we are to look citywide, then we would just have to, like, as we go through the work, we would figure out what is contained within the utility, and then what's more on the tax levy side from our partners in Parks and Road Services or those other areas. So, not to say these reports can't bridge branches and departments. We can certainly do that. But the way this is worded would be contained to those apartments and condos.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay with that that approach, because not all illegal dumping resolutions will be resolved through waste. Essentially, there has to be some other inputs from other areas. I was wondering, so in addition to the speakers today, I also received a letter from Savita, which of course manages lots of different multi-unit properties. Lots of them are in the ward I represent, so I hear about a lot of the issues quite frequently. They really appreciate partnering with the city and really appreciate where like the goal of the program overall, but they share a lot of the concerns that others have mentioned. And specifically, they spend $17,000 a month in addition for private contractors to haul away additional waste. And if we are thinking about adjusting our rate design, because I'm hearing lots of things being kind of tapped into a potential future rate. I guess I'm just wondering, like, cost-wise, is the city program still cost-effective if we can help these groups eliminate that excess cost? Because that's a lot, right?
It is, yeah. You know what, I guess one thing, you know, with our current program, it's about, you know, we provide residential services for things that are in the program. Like there are those large items, some of the things that I've mentioned that are, we see show up in these photos, they're not in the residential waste system. They're intended to be brought to our eco stations in the program, you know, and those programs serve that need. It is significant, and you know, they're looking forward, and we'll have to find the right fit. And we're trying to find that right fit for our community as a whole, and that is, you know, some of the things that the future conversations that we may have surrounding that, while keeping within the utility structure about recovering the costs and, you know, creating the equity of service for all. So,
and in this case, they're a nonprofit housing management body, but in a case of private, you know, I'm hearing from residents that those fees are just trickled down as increased condo fees. And, you know, when we're trying to kind of deliver a program in a cost-effective way or affordable way for residents, this isn't helping. And so I think something really needs to change here. And I'm also hearing less complaints about it because partly these things are happening. But it's not necessarily signifying, signaling that there's behavior change. Do you know what I mean? And again, without talking about the enforcement side of things, I don't know how we just keep resolving this through education.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate your perspective regarding that, and it is a real challenge, like to contemplate a program that, you know, a large item collection program that, you know, that can be a proactive tool, that can be a reactive tool.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to kind of continue on that thread. If I'm understanding correctly, you know, because of the rate component, we maybe don't want to muddy the waters with this motion, but I think there is a bigger conversation about illegal dumping, and I'm thinking about specifically when I did the ride along with CUPE in my ward, and the amount that the waste services discussed illegal dumping at the Castle Downs area, and how there doesn't seem to be any kind of like even video surveillance or those kind of things in which to then enforce those things. So I guess when or how do we have that conversation more broadly?
I guess in response to that, I would say that illegal dumping it's a big problem, and it's an ugly one to tackle, and it needs to be addressed from multiple angles and phases. We need to address it proactively. I think that's where our best dollars are spent, through ways to make it more difficult to do the illegal dumping, but then also have programs to make it more easier, I guess I would say. If you have a large item that you don't know how to dispose of, or you can't dispose of it, ways for us to help on that. As well as the education piece of it is important as well, around how to access those services and what it means when you do illegally dump. So I think all of that has to come first, and then the enforcement piece, once all those pieces are in place, the enforcement piece becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and so I can see components of the first item that we just or committee just approved with the the access to some of those like easier ways to get rid of some of your big items. But I guess I struggle, and I think I'm hearing the thread with some of my colleagues too, that like, and that education, like I believe that a lot of the illegal dumping at condos and apartments is perpetuated by the residents that live in those condos and apartments. And I believe that a lot of the illegal dumping at the Castle Downs public area is people that are fully aware that what they're doing is not okay and are still choosing to do it anyway. So I guess again, I'm just going back to that bigger question of, again, I support this, the intent of this, the mover in this motion that's on the floor. I just want to make sure that if it is broader, if it is about tax levy versus utility like a utility rate thing, if we need to do other things to grapple with illegal dumping more broadly, that we're also teeing up that conversation.
Councillor Rutherford, I can say this is something we can definitely take away. Like I'm in the middle of messaging our partners in community services on the enforcement side as well. Like as we speak, certainly something that we can embed into this motion, whether it's funded by tax levy or through the utility, and then incorporate these same types of conversations through the branch presentations, the 4-year budget. How are we looking at enforcement through these types of issues? So I think the short answer is yes, we can absolutely continue to take this away.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to muddy it necessarily with this motion on the floor. I think it's really clean and it's very clear to apartments and condos and some of those issues specifically around those. I just don't want to lose the thread of a bigger conversation. Again, just going to the area that I represent, there used to be city like big bins by the superstore on 137th Ave, which was closed, and the business cited the problems of illegal dumping as the biggest reason they closed that. And now we're seeing that pressure even further on the Castle Downs area, right? And I know that that's not unique to my ward or these areas, that this is happening across the city. So, happy to take it offline, happy to have a further conversation with either community services or city ops, but I do think I don't want to lose that thread of that bigger conversation.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I agreed.
Okay, so you'll follow up with me to chat further?
Yeah, what I'm thinking this might be a conversation with Jen Flaman and myself with you as well on the enforcement side, resourcing on enforcement. So I just want to make sure that they're in the loop when it comes to the requirements, like resourcing requirements for this type of enforcement.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I think what I'm hearing from administration, there is value in the motion as it stands. Would you want a subsequent motion about that broader conversation, just to give you a framework to move forward from? Just to Councillor Rutherford's point in terms of not wanting to lose the thread on this conversation.
Would we, knowing that like a lot of the enforcement related topics are going to boil back down to resourcing, I'd want to bring in like our partners in community standards just to have their take on this before we get into a motion directing some of that work. So maybe that would be how I would offer that.
And I think the intent, what we want, or what I'm primarily interested in is growing enforcement and having dedicated enforcement through the utility rate. Because I think if we brought community services in, they would say it's not a priority, we don't have enough peace officers to do our other priorities. So that I'm not sure how much further we'd get ahead with that conversation.
I see.
And not that they wouldn't be willing, but again, there are just those constraints there. So maybe I can think about putting some wording together that would just be asking.
Like we could embed enforcement into this motion here, and if what I'm hearing is utility funded enforcement to support this type of work, that could be something that we could just take away as part of this intent, if that helps.
Yeah, okay, that sounds really good. If that can just be considered in terms of one of the program options that you could come back to us with this report, and then from there potentially we can look at expanding that to other areas. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's understood.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much.
I guess just on that thread, so I can close a loop for myself. But if you broaden this to other locations and still try to incorporate that into a rate, whose rate? Because the whole point of this apartment and condos is those who live, like the ratepayers in those places would cover the cost of, let's say, enforcement, if that's the route we're going, for those locations. They're not going to cover the cost of enforcement for illegal dumping in a park, right? Which also happens quite a bit. So if we're to broaden it, that's kind of what I'd be expecting in terms of solution. But that to me is an enforcement resource separate. And I can see that conversation coming back at not utility committee, but rather community and public services committee.
Yeah, so I guess if we were to look at embedding enforcement funded through the utility on this one, this would have to be specific to
Right.
multi-unit. And if we were going to expanding enforcement efforts across the city, you're right, we would have to look at tax levy options for something like that, and
Yeah.
outside of this particular motion.
Or unless the assumption is that we put that rate onto all ratepayers, single family and multi-unit, which then I think it really, I mean, I don't know if that is that even a principle that stands, Mr. Beckett?
Yep, that's a cost averaging principle that can be applied to any rate.
So that's a much bigger body of work, though, if you were to spread this out across all ratepayers for.
And in that case, the June 22nd deadline might be a bit tricky. So I think if we stuck to three-stream communal for condos and apartments, and we had options or programmed options at least to start looking at enforcement for this particular issue outside of, say, condos and apartments, we'd be able to achieve that.
Okay.
Broadening citywide, you're right, we might need a little bit more time and other partners involved.
Yeah, and I think more of the public will want to weigh in on this, not just those specific to apartment and condos. Is that your intent then? Is this, to me, would be like a phase 2 of the entire three-stream rollout?
Yeah, I think.
Is that tenable?
I want to have both conversations, right? I think this is something that can come back relatively quickly. It is directly tied to the work and the report that's in front of us today. I think there are learnings that could come from this that could be applied to a broader approach as well. I mean, I would be interested in if this were to move forward, even a subsequent happening that directs that larger body of work. Recognizing it's not that far away, I think we could also wait, and then direction could be provided at that time to take a broader approach. I want to see both. I want to see it all. This just seemed bite-sized to be able to start with today.
Okay, I'm going to leave that for a second. Just want to come back to some comments heard in the speaking. For that 12-week time frame versus 6 months, let's say, can you just speak to that a little bit?
Yes, thank you. So that was referring to our over-allocation reduction program. Before the rollout happens, there's many properties who are already receiving above average allocation in their garbage. Many of them don't have access to recycling. When the rollout occurs, we put them on this 12-week step program where we reduce their allocation by 50% first to bring it closer to the allowed allocation. We give them recycle and food scraps. Within that 12 weeks, there's the 2 rounds of education that happen. There's the opportunity for property managers to reach out to us, and we can talk to them and talk about different plans. And then at 12 weeks, they are further reduced to the final allocation that they'd be at. So the 12-week period was determined because to ensure that the education happens, but also for operational feasibility as we're moving throughout areas.
Right. But if we're hearing from people that's not working, though, is it worth adjusting?
Councillor, I think we can adjust based on data and information. I think I'd be curious to know, like in terms of what's not working, would 6 months work, and what are the differences and approaches that we would take? Part of the work that we are doing, the city, of course, as an institution, has a responsibility to educate and to provide programs. We also know there's a responsibility on residents and property managers to do the same. So I think we'd need to look at it further to see, okay, what would the difference between the 200 or the 3 months and the 6 months be, so that habits do change?
Yeah, because I'm hearing habits are not changing, and hence I'm going to run out of time. But hence, the additional even access pickup outside of the access waste program as well, right? Okay, I'll stop there. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I think this will help me understand if it's better to go broad or go with this right now. Just the timing of the next rate filing?
Yeah, next rate filing will be in December of this year, January,
Yeah.
or pardon me, November or December of this year.
Yeah, so I guess just with that in mind, I'm thinking about the runway that we would be required in order to have that broader conversation. And if we were to direct that sooner rather than later, if that gives us an opportunity to incorporate that into the rate filing conversation.
You know, without having that broader discussion with our, you know, internally, you know, about resources and the program opportunities, you know, like need to identify what would the opportunities be, then to figure out what the resources are, you know, like to come this fall, because really the rate filing is fully prepared by September or so, and then goes through, you know, it's shared with the utility advisor. I think that might be a very challenging timeline to, you know, to be ahead of that.
Mm-hmm. But this is doable. Yeah. Okay. I guess I can't amend my own motion, but I heard administration say that enforcement is included when it says program options. But if there was a desire to make that explicit, also open to that. But it is administration's understanding that that is incorporated. Yes? I heard that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, can you just like walk me through how enforcement would be different with this versus what is currently happening? Currently, there's none. So maybe I'll start with, Mover. What were you envisioning in terms of like what would be different?
Yeah, I mean, on the enforcement side in particular?
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's questions around scale, capacity of enforcement. To be honest, when I see program options, I'm also thinking about what types of programs or even support or tailoring could be done for victims of illegal dumping. Really trying to cover the whole spectrum of proactive programs, which I think administration has done a good job of sort of preliminarily outlining what recommendations they would suggest. But I think on the back end and more of the reactive responsive side, that's where I'm looking to have a deeper dive into what programs might be available.
Okay. Sorry, back to administration. I just wanted to cover off some of the suggestions that came through the organizations, because I have heard different things, right? I think the increased pickup, the larger waste bin, I'm hearing that could potentially be addressed if we move to that variable, if we review the rate design and provide people with options.
The variable rate program was not intended to necessarily increase the allocation. It was intended to, I guess, award those who are generating less, similar to our curbside program where the default is a 240-liter cart, but then those who want can choose a 120-liter. However, having said that, the allocations we do review regularly based on tonnage and waste characterization study. And right now there is no intent on changing them due to the improper sorting behavior that still exists.
Okay. There was some questions and recommendations around enhanced communication and resident education, which I think you do quite a bit of. And so I think it's a matter of who are these properties reaching out to, or who from those properties are reaching out to. Is it the resident? Is it the property manager? Is it the condo board, et cetera, right? Because I think you're pretty, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Councillor, not to take much of your time, but we have specific education tactics for residents as well as property managers. I think sometimes the challenge is reaching everyone that has interest in that building, but those methods do exist, and that we can meet with them and offer ongoing educational programs. So even when the rollout in an area is done, we still have an education team that can go door to door and speak to the residents of the building. So in Edmonton, we have 3,400 multi-unit properties, correct? And we're at 58% of rollout of these 3,400, correct? That's the number of properties, not units. Yes.
Yes, number of properties. Out of that 58%, I guess what percentage would you say are most struggling, are like consistently hasn't seen improvement kind of thing? Do you have a sense of that?
So one of the metrics that we measure is how often there is overflowing containers or that prevents the containers from being collected. And our data up until the end of 2025 shows that 13% of properties have had at least one instance where we couldn't pick up their bin because of overflowing containers. Well, so what that means is that in the other percent, in the other larger portion of the pie, either they are able to hold on to their waste until their garbage bins are empty and they can bring it back, and that's with the assistance of many wonderful property managers who are helping the residents understand that.
I guess I'm just wondering, like, what's the message back to folks who are still struggling and coming forward to speak? You know, I feel like the message is like, well, keep talking to waste team, you know, they'll help you out, or we'll keep adding on the education resource, and I just don't know if that's enough. Do you know what I mean? And I think this motion can kind of address part of that, but it feels really unsatisfying. I don't know, like as people were speaking, like, do you have any other thoughts about how else we can support them?
Sorry, Councillor. I think part of it is recognizing that this rollout is happening over 4 years, and some residents receive the program today as we sit here, and some of them have had it for over 2 years. And so when we notice the trends, and trends
Overall,
do improve
yeah.
for residents that have been on the program for some time. So we need to be mindful of that, and then with the education and the enforcement of not picking up and continually going back and educating them, habits do change. Research has shown that when the change happens once, it's a lot easier and less tiresome for residents than if we do things on a gradual basis.
Okay, thank you. Seeing that no one else is on the board, I invite people to sign up to speak to the motion. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Just very, very briefly, wanted to take a moment to thank the teams for the work that you're doing. I think this type of scale of change is always challenging, and I know from my own condo building that we've had a few bumps as well. I appreciate the feedback that's been shared, you know, from the different organizations, the representative organizations, because that's important. That's important in how we improve and get better. And I just want to thank the team for being open to hearing that, to responding, to coming up with these solutions. As you say, you know, no two buildings are alike, so really helping people through this is great to hear, and I appreciate that commitment. I think this conversation, appreciate the motion that's on the floor specifically. I think looking at how we can help address some of the illegal dumping that's happening is really exciting. I think looking at other funding models to incorporate that within the waste utility is an exciting opportunity, not only for apartments and condos, but again, as we move forward, maybe looking at that on a broader scale that helps. Again, I think we talk about a culture of enforcement and wanting to ensure that people see rules being followed, and then finding a way to fund that appropriately through the utility, I think is an exciting opportunity. So thank you again so much to the teams and also to our speakers for the continued engagement to help us get this right. It's a really important one for our city, and so appreciate the work that's going into it.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll just mention a few things here. Ward Garahio that I represent was the first district essentially to have the full rollout as a first phase. So the properties in my ward have gone through with this program for the last 2 years. And I want to just say, you know, and I never thought I would have so much contact with Waste Services over this, but I did, and I want to appreciate, you know, how responsive you all have been. This is not an easy change, and so I want to first recognize that. I think Vahi, you know, you and your team have done a tremendous job to all of you, and there are success stories. You know, I have seen testimonials, photos, you know, lots of, you know, community visits. There are condos and apartments that where their communal garbage collection is clean, tidy, organized. where residents are excited about this program. I've met some of them, absolutely. But after 2 years, there are still a handful that are really still struggling. And I don't know what else we can do without some targeted, I think, coordination with other departments. I hear lots that we're focusing on the other E's, the encouraging, the education, and then the third E, I can't remember. But it doesn't feel like it's driving home the change that we're really wanting to see. And so I really appreciate some of the thinking around, incorporating the enforcement side into this. So I think that was positive. But I do want to share those experience. And over time, the complaints have diminished. It's true. But they're also diminishing because people have just found other ways to address it themselves, which oftentimes is more costly. And I think if we can, in a time where everything is more expensive, maybe the residents are not paying for that service out of their direct rate, but they're paying it through other ways, through their condo fees, et cetera. And so I think we need to do something about this. I also want to say that, we've heard from a number of organizations, property managers. One thing I will note, though, with the exception of one organization, and maybe that has changed from a year ago, I'm not actually hearing people say we need to stop this program right now. I think people are all committed to the goals of waste reduction. I think that's really promising, and that's one of my key takeaways. But they're asking for better solutions because the current system isn't really working, and we need to find maybe alternatives. I would continue to encourage you and your team to work with them diligently. And when people say we need enhanced communication, I think this team is quite responsive, and there's a lot of education happening door to door. Like I mentioned, I joined one of the Canvas team, going door to door, floor by floor, trying to go back to people they haven't talked to the first time because they didn't open their door. It is those really small boots on the ground work that really makes a policy like this have a huge impact. And there's just lots of hands involved in resident education, and I think it takes everybody. I saw how some of those interactions actually maybe could potentially lead to, maybe like a note or a tip that the resident weren't communicating to the property manager, but maybe our teams can help deliver that, and that can overall have an impact that for everybody. And so I want to recognize that there's a lot of hands on this, so there's a lot of effort going into the education side, the communication side, and the support side. But I have been really struggling with some of the other pieces that came up with, and I look forward to see how some of the steps that you're committed to taking in this report might change that. Just in terms of maybe reducing the request for additional pickups, et cetera, which in turn helps to reduce the cost for these properties and in turn the cost for residents. On this particular piece, it's pretty pernicious, it's pretty persistent. I look forward to see how we can kind of take a more holistic approach and not just rely exclusively on the waste service, and how you can, that cross-departmental effort can maybe have some impact. I'll leave it there. Councillor Salvador, to close. Okay. Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. And I believe Mayor Knack, are you online? We'll mark him as absent. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried. Okay, so I think that's the end of that item. Response to councillor inquiry, none. Private reports, none. Motions pending, none. Notices of motion and motions without customary notice. Not that I'm aware of. None. We are adjourned.